Hello, hello, hello. Waiting for Sakta and left, I'll say. It's been 3 minutes, Tyrannax, and Najwa and Roxy are already debating about linear algebra in my site chat. We love to see it. Very excellent, high quality site chat conversation. Already debating about oh my god. They're still doing it. They're still doing it. Is that a haircut? Nope, haven't touched it. Haven't touched the hair at all. What is this music? I just picked something to see if it was working. Late? I'm like 2 minutes late. You bitch, SDL, you said you would call me. Okay, fine. Hello, Roxy. Will she pick up?
Can you hear me?
Oh my god. Yeah, what? Yes, you're so loud.
I am sorry. Hello.
What did you want to talk about, Roxy?
I wanted to banter while you were waiting for stream to start, but stream started, so.
Yeah, I was busy setting up stream, okay? I was working. I'm a working Joe, okay? This is my job. My
would have
full
been fun
time
background banter for people to listen to.
It would have been fun background
Granted,
banter.
okay, me yeah, so people who are waiting for stream can listen to us talk. Granted, me and Najwa when talking about linear algebra is equally as riveting. So it all worked out. But you said you would call me so that we could have banter to entertain the stream. Always got to be entertaining.
I feel like that's something you said, and then I got roped into it. I feel like that was a one-sided agreement.
You agreed to it. You said, okay, sure, I'll call you in 25 minutes, 5 minutes before stream starts. Then you didn't do it.
Okay, you said that, and then I said yes, because I was trying to reply to something else. Oh my god.
No, and then I called, and then you said in 25 minutes.
Oh my god. Are we ready, says Fudge Smith, for our weekly woke indoctrination? You better be.
I am so ready to get indoctrinated by SDL's woke liberal ideas.
All right. Let's see. I've got Kyle Klinsky up on stream, okay? Because I am so glad to see. I don't know what to call it. I don't know what the name for this is, but just like people on the left who are willing to be the tiniest bit edgy and like really push back. Like it's, I want to say muscular, but that sounds vaguely fascist. Yeah, Kyle Klinsky.
What's the opposite of pinkwashing?
Like strong washing? I don't know. Brown washing sounds like either racist or fascist. So
whatever the color inverse of pink is, it's that dirtying or like that muddying. It's like
we have some suggestions.
Pinkwashing.
We should call him Hungry Kyle. Yeah, the hungry left is back. Incredible.
You hungry for some socialist content, SDL? I know I'm hungry.
My fact sheet even has a section on quantum mechanics. Quantum. I have like one study in there that I just put there because someone kept spamming it to me. I don't think I've even read this study.
Hang on.
It's about like it's.
Why do you
I don't fucking know, but the title of it says that quantum is deterministic. So maybe it's an argument for like super determinism or whatever. That like that quantum mechanics is some way based in like the state of the universe at the start of the universe, right? So even though it appears random to us, it's just pulling from essentially a random number function set at the beginning of the universe that's already been seeded. Like I don't fucking know. I don't care. I don't think this is the type of thing that you can prove.
Opinion.
I don't think this is the type of thing you can prove. I think this is literally an untestable thing. How could you test whether something is random?
SDL, are you a super determinist?
I don't think it matters. The difference between a randomness that is outside of our observation, right? That like we cannot predict the future of, and like a true quote unquote randomness is irrelevant for our purposes, right? Like if it was just some complicated function with like if we could predict it, then that would be very interesting. But if it's unpredictable to us, then it doesn't fucking matter.
Here's the thing. We know that it isn't deterministic because of Bell's theorem. Leaving the only possibility is superdeterminism, which posits that actually the reason we're getting the result we're getting is because the choices the researchers were making are quantumly entangled with the experiment itself. Wait, Najee, did I say something wrong?
Okay, pulling back from the discussion and trying to return to earthly topics. I'm gonna write some announcement posts. But Roxy, do you know anything about the elections today that are going on and why they matter?
Yeah. So in the one in Maine, you mean?
There's a bunch, but yeah, you could introduce Maine. Yeah.
So in Maine, there is an election today for the Pine Tree Power Company. It is a proposal to turn all utility companies in Maine into a I forget what the term
I
is,
don't.
but it's basically
It doesn't
like
turn
a
them
single,
all.
like public.
It doesn't turn them all into one.
Oh, it
just
doesn't.
it just
establishes
creates
one.
Yeah.
It establishes a communally owned utility company. There's a certain term for it. It's very based. It's very socialist pilled. If you are in Maine, you should vote yes on that proposal. There's also a couple abortion ones, right? I saw Mr. John Oliver talking about that on his show.
Why? Here, let me give me 1 second to pull it up, as I can only do it on. Can I show this? Can I just log in? Yeah, I can do that. Okay, let me go to the big camera real quick. Okay, so maybe you know what, Roxy? I should kick you off and like start this properly and introduce everyone to stream.
You hate me because I'm a woman.
It's true. Women can't have any hobbies anymore. Women can't even be into socialism anymore. So tragic. All right, I'm going to kick you off.
DSA is a boys' club.
Yes, DSA is a boy club because of this. So true. I'm gonna do a proper introduction after the sexism is over. Thank you so much for the banter.
Give STL money.
Thank you, Roxy. I'd like the stream. She immediately hung up after that, by the way. Like it, incredible. Okay. Let me log into New York Times on this account. NewYorkTimes.com. So, oh my god. Yeah, no, there's actually a bunch of very key propositions. The reason why I asked Roxy if she wanted to do introduction is she got right into the meat of it, but I want to give like a general introduction first. Okay, so viewers, there are a bunch of really important propositions on the ballot. There are a bunch of important elections on the ballot, and beyond their immediate importance, they're a good indicator for what we might be seeing in 2024. So for those of you who remember, the 2021 election in Virginia, where Republicans overperformed by 10 points or so, was a really foreboding indicator. That's where the stuff like the red wave incoming came from, right? That's the same fear right now. Virginia is also having elections this year, so it's possible that we could learn something from that. And there's a bunch of local ballot measures which indicate how well those measures might be able to do nationwide. There's some abortion ones, there's a weed one, there's one to create a public power utility, which is key for like testing socialism. Yeah, so we'll get into the weeds of it, but I need to figure out how the fuck I can get into New York Times, because you can't look at the election coverage unless you're logged into an account, which is yet more proof that we need public funded media, because this shit sucks. This shit is an election like service. The only way you can comprehensively follow all the elections is if you have something like the New York Times to synthesize it for you, and all the lib versions are paywalled because they don't have billionaire money. And that fucking sucks. I want public funded lib media now. Oh my god, Naja Wynn is debating about quantum mechanics. Oh my god. Of course. Of course. Why would I expect anything else? Why would I expect anything else? Time. Fudge says, make every outlet PBS, problem solved. PBS is unironically. So, one of the arguments that I often run against when I argue for public funded media is that people say that nobody trusts public funded media. But even by conservatives, PBS is the most trusted, like, quote unquote, left or liberal outlet. Like, they trust it more than ABC, than CNN, than any of the privately owned outlets, which is crazy because PBS is arguably like more progressive, like 20, 30, 40% more progressive than CNN, than PBS, than than ABC, than CNN. It's crazy. People love public funded media. Will Kentucky flip? So it looks like the Republicans are going to win all the state elections but the governor. And I've heard some early projections that we're going to win the governor. And I'll bring that up in a minute. Democracy Now! Is great, but they're not publicly funded. And that's the problem, because they do really great reporting, but they do it all in a shoestring budget. If you've ever watched Democracy Now!, you know how Amy, like, speed reads through the beginning of that? She's like, this is Amy Goodman. I'm funded by X, Y, and Z. I love the aliens. This is the Goodman Report. I'm Amy Greatman. I'm speaking now. And she just, like, right through it. It's the exact same way on NPR, where they, like, through all of their donors. But when you go to conservative media, does Ben Shapiro... I mean, he actually does this. That's actually a bad fucking example, because nowadays conservatives are so open about grifting that they'll add the ads into it, but they don't have to. They could subside just on billionaire money, but the reason they put the ads in is now they make even on that, plus they get billionaire money to expand. It's crazy how much money goes into conservative media. Do you all remember? I want to say it was that $30 million contract that Steven Crowder got. Fucking insane. He's making something like 10 times more money per viewer than ContraPoints is, and ContraPoints is one of the most financially successful creators on this website. It's crazy. He called it slavery? Did he call the contract slavery? There's no way he did that. Okay, I need to actually do the New York Times thing so I can have something on the back of this. I need to do announcements. Crowder rejected a $50 million. It was 50. It wasn't 30. He rejected a $50 million. Oh my god. Like. People ask, like, why do people drift rightward? And one huge reason is the fucking money. Like, it's so obvious that when you drift rightward, you get more money. Like, you're getting an older audience. You're getting an audience that's lower educated, easier to scam. Oh my god, do not say the sneezing is hot. I'm gonna lose my mind. I fucking hate this. Anyway, just the frustration here is that you've got to log into the New York Times to get good election coverage. But you don't have to log into, like, the Daily Wire for any of their just slew of garbage, right? To get something which is basically an election service, intelligible election results released in real time, which should be something the government just does, right? Instead of that, you have to pay for a private website, and it fucking sucks. Oh, this is an obligatory reminder that y'all should like the stream, because when you boost it... Oh, I didn't add the let's go emoji. That sucks. When you like the stream, it directly boosts it, gets into more people's algorithms. I gotta do better about shilling it, and I gotta write some announcement posts real quick. Gotta be a professional, high quality, excellent streamer. Air... Oh wow, it's already won? Jesus Christ. Well, I wanted to cover later while the election results were coming in, because the election coverage isn't going to be great today, because there's all these tiny elections that don't have a big narrative. Like, you can't watch the map light up, but just crazy. There's a bunch of good news coming in, so. All right, I did an announcement. Thoughts on Ohio? Despise the state. Destroy the state. go to grad school, I will. That contract was basically slavery. What are you talking? Okay, final thing before election coverage. I'm sorry, I was reading YouTube chat. Slime81 says, SDL, I'm going to hop on in a few to discuss quantum mechanics and determinism. I'm thinking maybe a 1 to 3 hour long format. I love my fucking audience. And something about having the most annoying, like pedantic, stuck up, arrogant audience is so fucking good. Oh my god. I love it. All right, React. Nope. Oh, there it is. Okay. Times.com. Oh my god, did I log in on the wrong one? God damn it. I should have done this before stream. Dunces, where are you at apart from here? What? Who? Yeah, there's a bunch of good news coming in. So just to briefly summarize before, no, I should wait a second. To talk about some of the issues as I'm padding for time while I'm trying to get the password. Go.
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
Oh, thank you, Naomi Chance. Really appreciate it. Quote, did you see the Mount the Infidel versus Destiny debate on Israel a couple of days ago? Do I want to? Because I did not. No, I don't know what Destiny believes about Israel, and I don't know much about what Maldi believes about Israel. But when he's appeared on the debate panels, Destiny has leaned like center left, but then every clip I've seen of him has leaned like insanely far right. So I don't get it. Is this like a... I don't know. I don't care to understand what he believes. I know that his subreddit has been saying insane things. I keep getting people sending me like in the discords I'm in. People post screenshots of the Destiny subreddit, and it'll be stuff about like how all Palestinians are guilty. Jesus Christ. And like upvoted too, right? Clip chipping, say it ain't so. Yeah, I have no idea what he believes. I have zero idea. Maybe I should look at it sometime. Are there any referendums that socialize the means of production? Literally, yes. Literally, there is one referendum to do so. So, Econoboy, so glad to welcome you to the Socialist Club. Glad that you've abandoned your old social democracy, because we will be democratically seizing the means of production today. Yeah, Naomi, if you think I should review it, I could. I don't even know where to find it, if he like posted it anymore, or if he has like a second channel, Destiny. My god, there's now the determinism argument is spanning beyond. It's fucking spanning beyond just site chat. It's also going on to the YouTube chat. I'm losing my mind. What is wrong with y'all? Okay. So I wanted to talk about some of the elections that we have. There are a whole bunch. I was going to do them alphabetically so I don't lose my mind. Here is a map from Daily Costs about the elections that are occurring today that are of importance to Daily Costs. And I'm looking at a smaller subset because they're also looking at a lot of small local races that are between like they're looking at races that are less important, I think, from a broader view of how well Dems are doing and how well like the left is doing more broadly. Why does this matter? Well, it's November 7, 2023. There are a shit ton of elections. This is basically the off-year election for a huge number of states. For example, the Virginia state legislature is elected in off years, and that's why it was such a good signal, the Republicans thought, for the red wave coming, because the Virginia legislature voted way more Republican than the general election in 2020. In 2021, the Virginia legislature moved like 10 points right, so that made the Republicans all think red wave, red wave, red wave. Then special elections shifted way the fuck back, and Democrats did really well. So this is a good sign, or good indicator of how well things will be going. at the general 2024. And that matters because the general 2024 is whether or not to let Trump back while he's got plans on how to destroy the civil service and undermine our elections, and has plans to like have his fake raft of electors in every county and every state. So it would be very nice to have him lose. So here's hoping for some good news today. Second reason why this one matters is this is a spreadsheet composed by a DSA member, looking at all of the DSA candidates that we're aware of who are running. There's 61 that we were looking into. And DSA usually wins about 1 in 2 of the elections that it runs, which sounds terrible, but that's actually about on par with like some of the better organizations in this country. And so far today, they've updated it. There's still a huge number that haven't been determined, but so far of the announced, 7 have won, and 1 has lost. So good ratio so far, possibly good news. Might also just indicate which ones are coming in first, right? That the easy wins are immediately coming in, but the contested ones might come in later. And I also wanted to note that there are some ballot measures today. This will summarize some of what we're talking about later. So in Colorado, Proposition 2, this is less like socialist per se, but it's just a good proposition. Boulder DSA endorsed Proposition, sorry, not 2, they endorsed Proposition II, which would allow Colorado, and this is a little technical, but I promise it makes sense, there's currently a limit on how much taxes they can get from cigarettes and other sin taxes. And this would increase that limit so they can get more revenue from cigarette, tobacco, and vape taxes. And then they could direct that revenue to preschools. And so DSA is saying that's like an obvious yes. Based and Medlock pilled, more taxes. And it's based and funding preschools pilled because children deserve an education. So we'd love to see that, but it's not socialism per se. Colorado Springs is considering doing another cop city. So Colorado Springs said, please do not do another cop city. Unsurprising. In Maine, the whole state of Maine is considering question 3. And this is the one I was mentioning to Conaboy earlier. It would create the Pine Tree Power Company, which would be a public owned, and this one's interesting, a democratically operated, like the board of directors would be democratically elected, electricity utility. And Pine Tree Power of Maine DSA has endorsed this. It's in fact, just going here to, let me pull up the exact one. Maine. So far, only 6% of votes in. You can't read anything into this. But in Maine, the New York Times summarizes it as, quote, this initiative would overhaul the operation of Maine's electric grid, replacing the state's 2 investor-owned utility companies with a newly created consumer-owned utility called Pine Tree Power. So that's pretty aggressive. I don't know whether it means full elimination of private electricity, or it just means that the 2 main operators are getting basically nationalized, but way fucking based. That's true, Okada boy. Socialism is when we nationalize the industry. I think this is actually a good example of the types of nationalizations we'd want to see. Something I've talked about before. Akammer.org. Something that I've talked about before is that a lot of nationalizations in socialist countries and in democratic socialist countries, in nominally communist countries and nominally democratic socialist countries, they were hollow or undemocratic nationalizations. So instead of being like run by the consumers, instead of being run by the workers, instead of being run by an elected board, they were just run straight by the central government or straight by the planning agency. And so one of the arguments from like a political perspective is that really weakens their staying power. That if you've got a nationalized firm that no one really controls, they don't build up a direct connection to that utility, right? They don't build up a connection to that company. It's just the company they work for or the company that provides them a service. But if consumers have democratic control, if workers have democratic control, if voters have democratic control, then that becomes a thing that's very hard to unnationalize because now people have buy-in. Now they have control. Fudge asks, aren't consumer cooperatives pretty common in rural areas because of low profitability? They're common with farmers because farmers have collective action problems that cooperatives do a good job of solving. So farmers have a bunch of problems, which it makes sense why they'd have cooperatives. One problem is like transporting goods to market, right? So let's say that you and 5 of your buddies all grow like wheat, right? And you all need to transport it to one grain silo to sell it off to the wholesaler there. You could all individually transport it, but that means you might pay something like 6 times the cost of instead pooling it together and transporting together. So farming cooperatives have a lot of pooling benefits, where there's pooling of resources, there's pooling of expenses, and there's also stability. Farmers have really unstable income. And so you know how previous streams we talked about mutual aid, right? How mutual aid basically disappeared after insurance came on the scene. One of the reasons that cooperatives stick around in farming is because farm workers and farm owners have such variable income. They basically need something like mutual aid, and cooperatives can provide that in some way. So they sort of serve as a mixture of mutual aid and pooling of resource benefits. So farmer cooperatives are one of the most common kinds. After that, it's like credit cooperatives and banking cooperatives are the most common. iPod says, it essentially preserves the same worker-owner or consumer-owner dynamics as a privately owned sector. If you're describing the hollow dynamic, the hollow nationalization, yes. The hollow nationalization is just, hey, instead of it being a private owner that runs the thing that controls your life, now it's the state that does it, right? That's sort of the critique in a very broad sense of the problem with like Soviet economies, right? Is that because of the lack of democracy, at anything more than anything more than the administrative level, there was a decent amount of being able to select for like your local like town's mayor or whatever, but you couldn't choose him on politics. You could only choose him on not being corrupt or whatever. And that didn't even work particularly well because there wasn't a free press, so you couldn't even accurately report on corruption, right? But aside from that, there wasn't real democracy. And so it's really hard to feel like there's buy-in to how you run the country, right? It's not your ideology. It's not your company. It's not your policy. It's their policy. And that's a big difference. So here's the question from Pine Tree Power. Do you want to create a new power company governed by an elected board to acquire and operate existing for-profit electricity transmission and distribution facilities in Maine? Shit rocks. I have heard from a lot of people working on the campaign that they are dooming. This might be too radical for Maine. It might even be too radical for like blue states like California, but who knows? And as Slime is pointing out, the question isn't the cleanest that it could be. But I don't know how much cleaner you could get it and still make it a nationalization referendum, right? I follow politics 24/7. I'm only a little drunk, and I don't understand that question. So I do want to be clear. The question wording isn't great, but I guess I'm just trying to say it's also possible. The other option here is that like the reality is that a decent enough of voters, they are not just misunderstanding the question, they understand it just fine. They're just anti-nationalization. So I will say that for a successful example of this, which was also pushed by DSA, Pine Tree Power is not just DSA, but it is heavily influenced by DSA. They may or may not win. But an example that did win was the Build Public Renewables Act, which did something very similar through the legislative process in New York State. And it won, thanks in part because DSA had, I think, 8 electeds and insanely good lobbying. And so New York City is now going to be creating, not fully nationalizing all of their existing utilities, but they are going to be creating public power. And I think that's the next step for something like Pine Tree Power. Instead of saying nationalize the firms, just create a public option, right? That's the less... I think fewer people will get mad about it. Here's hoping. So if it loses, that's what I'm hoping happens next. So far, not looking great, but it's only 9% in. Econoboy says nationalization is wrong wording and bad politically. It's better to say cooperatizing or collectivizing. I think cooperatizing is a very good note here, especially if you pair it with that. Because all the people of Maine are its consumers, it's de facto a consumer cooperative, right? Like it's not a misnomer at all, right? The other main ones are not particularly important. Question 1 is basically just an attempt to shit on question 3. So the people who opposed question 3 made their own question to make it harder to run a public energy utility. That's all question 1 does, and unfortunately, it's winning 60% or so, while our favorite question is losing 3-4. So doesn't look so good for the socialism question. Unfortunately, we asked the American people, please press the socialism button, and they said no. So that sucks. But we'll see. There's 90% more of the vote that comes in. It could swing the complete other way. Is there even a map? 1 minute. Is there a map? Yeah, so if you look at the map, it's possible this is all red just because everyone hates it. It's also possible that Bangor, Portland will be coming in later, but doesn't look great. So, yep, Najawin, we're going to talk about that one next because that one's already closing up. Actually, you know what? I should still do this alphabetically because I'm going to lose my mind otherwise. Colorado. We talked earlier about Proposition 2. There's also Proposition HH, which would... I figure it's worth commenting on this one. DSA didn't give an endorsement for or against this one, which I think is misleading. I think it was a bad choice. Not misleading. I think that it was a missed opportunity because Proposition HH is hugely supported by the Democratic Party in Colorado. The long and short of what it would do is limit the rate of increase of property taxes. So property taxes are here, and they would have gone up to here, but instead they'll go down to here. The rate of increase is lower on property taxes. Why is that a good or bad thing? Well, people don't like taxes, so usually that's a right-wing view. The Democrats are pushing this one because they're going to reduce property taxes, which they want to sell as like an inflation reduction thing. And in turn, they're going to give more state funding for schools. So they're going to shift funding from property taxes to state funding, which is arguably progressive. So it's like a mixed bag. Transphobia in YouTube chat. What do liberals look like? I got a dude with a man bun vaping pina colada drinking Starbucks. I don't think that's the transphobia. I guess I don't have any YouTube mods. I should probably get on that. All right, we will. You know what? We'll keep the other guy because he's doing some funny trolling. Joe many liberals. I think it was a missed opportunity to talk about something important. And this is a very under-discussed issue, but property taxes are usually progressive when considered over the full tax base. So, how do I... One sec. I gotta do it. 1 minute. We will add a window capture, add source, add new source. All right. Professional streamer prepared ahead of time, blah, 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 blah. So property taxes usually mostly fall on the top. If the green line is property taxes, then property taxes tend to increase in a shape something like this, where more money is over here and less money is over here, because the poor tend not to own property. People tend to own property once their wealth and their income has crossed a certain line. There are way more renters at low income and way more owners at high income. And so as a result, property taxes are usually progressive when it's considered over the whole world of those being taxed. However, property taxes are regressive within the population of property tax of those being taxed, because the poorest owners have their properties overassessed systematically. This is a thing that happens all across the country. The poorest property owners are usually assessed about twice as high relative to the quote unquote real value of their property relative to rich property owners. That's due to the main reason for it is due to limits in property tax raises, and the second reason for it is limits in the maximum possible property tax. So there's limits to the assessment and limits to the assessment rate. All of these compound. So all of those limits compound to give rich owners about a 2 times advantage in how much their property tax cost relative to their wealth. And so the frustrating thing here is that the solution is land value tax. It's unironically embrace Georgism. Just tax all land. Just tax all land equally, because then you get all the progressive benefits and you don't get the poor people fucking over hurts of having all the weirdness of having to try and evaluate exactly how much this or that house is worth. Instead, you strongly encourage with Georgism development and building shit on the land, because that doesn't affect your taxes whatsoever. The only thing that matters is owning land. And so that tends to shift money from the land-owning rich to the, if it's taxed and used in redistribution, to the non-land-owning poor. So Georgism, good. Yeah, I can send you the link. It is going to be posted in chat. Nightbot. What happened to Slime? Why did Slime get attacked? So the main argument I want to give is that if this diagram that I have to the left of me is current property taxes, and like, then Georgism would look something like this, which would tend to be a net redistribution to the poor. Actually, you know what? I shouldn't. It's more like something like this. But that's not right either. How the fuck I'm misgraphing this. I know what the problem is. Georgism still, okay, by income, it would still be rising with income. And no, that's right. So because it would actually be the opposite. So Georgism would have a lesser effect compared to property taxes because it would less value people at poor levels and it would overvalue those at high levels. Okay, this was a really shitty graphical demonstration. The point was just that, unironically, I feel like this was a missed opportunity, and constantly it's a missed opportunity whenever there's a discussion about property taxes to make the argument about eliminating assessment limits, in fact, increasing property taxes, because property taxes are pro-growth, they're pro-equality, they're redistributory from rich to poor, and I don't know how much better you can want than a pro-growth, pro-equality tax, right? Without even spending it on welfare. You've already done a service to the world. It's also pro-development. That's the argument of pro-growth, that because it taxes land, not based on what you've built upon it, it strongly encourages development. So that will relate to something we'll talk about later this stream. But long and short, I feel like this was a missed opportunity. It looks like it might fail, but not clear. Only a fifth of the votes coming in. And yeah, coming in from red parts. Might win. Oh, here, I gotta get rid of the paint.net. It looks like the please give SIG money to preschoolers is gonna win. So, are you going over elections at all? Yes. In between the Georgism rant, I was in fact talking about property taxes in Proposition HH. Sorry, Osamnio Static. Hey, Fahe. Super happy to see you streaming again. Very happy to be here. Wow. Okay, so Kentucky is up next. The New York Times, as you can see up here, is saying that he's reelected as governor of Kentucky, just based on the lead that he has now, which is incredible. This is extremely good news. Yeah, Proposition HH is a very unfortunate name. Yeah, I agree. The reason why this matters so much is that if this lead holds, it's really good news for Democrats. So in the in the previous election in 2019, he won by less than 0.5%. So he is an incumbent now, right? But he was an incumbent from 2019 to 2023. And if you, dear observer, might know a few things that happened between those years, you might imagine voters to blame him for all the bad shit that's happened in his life. Kentucky is not in his life, during his tenure. Because Kentucky is a super red state, and he had a COVID response. He made businesses shut down and so on. He is pro-abortion, though he did let a abortion ban go through. He is like, for all of his faults, he is like a centrist Democrat. He is like, he's not great. He's like maybe a few steps left of Manchin. He's not great, but he's so much better than the Republicans. But that should make him dead in Kentucky, right? That should just eliminate his political possibilities in Kentucky. So if this lead holds, that's from 0.5% lead to a 4-point lead, to even a 5-point lead. Yeah, 5.5%. So that's possibly a 5-point gain. Jesus Christ, that's good. Now, some of that's incumbent advantage, but usually incumbent advantage is like 3 to 5%. So that could account for all of it. This could also be a real shift. Here's hoping. Also, I did not report on it all. Daniel Cameron would have been the first African-American to be the governor of Kentucky. He is also completely fucking insane. In case any of y'all were going to give him credit for that. He's the guy who let off Breonna Taylor's killers scot-free. He supports an abortion ban, like a complete and total abortion ban, and he's Trump's man. So hate this guy. What a fucking monster. This is really good to see. I wanted to see. Yeah. So the thing is, it's not clear whether this is a whole state shift. It's not worth speculating at this point because the data's not in. Like, the Republicans are winning 60%. They're winning they're winning around as strongly as Bashir is winning, plus 5 points. So this is a very red state. And Bashir is just crushing it by this logic. Let's I also wanted to look at the polling because the polling implied that he would have a lead of between like 5 and 10%. It looks like on average. And that's about what he had. So that's maybe that's both good and bad news because it implies that polling might be accurate, which could be bad for Biden nationally because his polling is terrible. Unclear. I don't know. Unclear what we take from this, but it is a good election to have. It's really, really good to have this election win. If he had lost, that would be terrifying. If not only the polls showed him ahead, but he had lost the election, that would have been a sign that maybe not only Kentucky is going right, but the whole country is going right. Polls lean conservative. That's the only thing making me hold fire. Well, I don't know that that's true. I think the bias is pretty. I don't think there's a clear bias, or at least that we know there's a clear bias. Yeah. I would take this. This is good news, but I don't know that we can take anything from it as a big overall narrative. We've already went over Maine. New Jersey is going to be one of the ones where it's not going to be relevant till maybe tomorrow, but it's one of those indicators of how well Democrats are doing. So don't know anything yet. It's going to be like Virginia. It's a bellwether of where we're going. Soft Machine Man asks, wasn't there survey data showing that most people who voted for Democrats were voting against Republicans as opposed to supporting Biden in 2020? I want to say it was like a third of voters on both sides said they were motivated by hating the other side. but I could be wrong. We should give New Jersey to China so they would leave Taiwan alone? What? What is the link there? In Mississippi, I have no hope. Yeah. There's an incumbent governor in Mississippi, and as you'd expect, he's way far ahead for lieutenant governor. Ohio has some really good results. So 2 really good ballot measures were available to Ohioans. And it looks like the second one's going to win too, just if it's anything like the first one. Ohio ballot measure issue 1 would establish a constitutional right to abortion. That's good. That's really fucking good. It would make and I want to be clear, it's a pretty expansive right too. It's not even just a right to abortion, it's a right to all reproductive health care. As a woman, as a man pleases. It's really good. This is like an expansive right. And 56% of Ohioans voting for it is really good. Ohio is like a plus 10 Republican state. So this is a sign that like defending abortion rights is really, really, really popular. Also, weed. It looks like Ohio's going to legalize weed, like not just decriminalize, but fully legalize weed. Insanely good. Insanely good. Yeah, this is really good shit. I know a lot of people in Columbus DSA and Cleveland DSA were knocking the fuck out of doors. So, single issue progressive referendums seem to literally almost always win. You'd think that unless you went like 10 years back in time and you looked at gay marriage in California. Or you look at, I think California also opposed a step towards universal healthcare back then. Like unironically, I feel like people they underestimate the degree to which politics has shifted left since 2012 and then since 2016 with Bernie. Since Occupy, basically, and since Bernie. Yeah, this is good shit. In fact, that reminds me of 1 minute blog. Where is Joie? I was surprised to see when I looked into this a few weeks ago that every single Democratic state has legalized or decriminalized marijuana. I remember, like, I was in middle school and high school in like the aughts, right? And I remember it felt very bleak about that. I remember that the Maryland issue on legalizing marijuana was like not an overwhelming majority. And now the whole fucking country is on the side of marijuana. This is extremely good shit. And Ohio, right? Ohio is here. It's like a 45% Republican state, and it's trending red, and it legalized weed, and it constitutionally protected abortion. A majority of Americans can legally smoke weed. Yeah, I smoke weed all the time. I'm smoking weed right now, to be honest. No, but yes, you're right that a majority of Americans can smoke weed, but mostly not in red states for those who can. So this shit rocks. We'll return to Ohio in a bit to see if they legalize weed, but it seems like the abortion protection is going to pass, which is extremely good. Millions of women just got it right back. South Dakota legalized weed and the Republicans had to get it thrown out by the courts. Yep. One of the things that we've seen, I think, is that as the country shifted leftward, Republicans have increasingly... I think this is actually all part of the same thing. When Republicans talk about, we live in a republic, not a democracy. When they talk about how like the tyranny of the majority all the time, when they constantly refer to how strong courts should be, the purpose of all of that is to try and make it so that as our politics becomes more popular, that they don't lose control. I'm convinced. We see this all the fucking time. When I think it was North Carolina that elected the Democrat governor, and immediately the Republicans decided to curtail his powers by a third. They just gutted the ability of him to do good things. Yeah, they go mask off minoritarian. I think that's part of the reason that we've seen such strong defenses of the Electoral College, as well as it benefiting Republicans. I think that it rhetorically benefits them to argue that it's a minoritarian institution, that like we have to hold back the will of the majority, and the Electoral College is one institution which prevents the people from imposing their will on the poor, oppressed minority. Because that's what they want to do, period, to defend their agenda. They don't want to build a mass politics where everyone agrees with them. They just want to hold power. That's why I think just to bow it all up and then we'll move on. That's why I think the election fraud narrative was so easy to plant, because it was already there. The idea that democracy isn't that important and we just need to get the right guys into power is like, it's like 1 or 2 steps out of the Republican Overton window, but only 1 or 2 steps. And that's why they were okay with someone almost just doing that. From the mountains to the beach, North Carolina will be free. From the triangle to the from the triangle to the Mason-Dixon line, we will liberate the East Coast. But not Florida for some reason. I don't know what's up with Florida. Another race relating to abortion. So far, good news, but I don't know what this implies because I really wish they brought back the needle. It was so useful. I need to have I need 6 femboy election Twitter nerds on call. I need someone who's like, yeah, I already graphed the models for Pennsylvania voter turnout 6 months ago, and also I love programming socks. I need that person on call immediately. Whenever I'm looking at a map like this, I want them to be like, yep, Pittsburgh's 69% Democrat. That indicates a 17% chance of the Republican winning. This is only 37% of votes in, so it's hard to know, and it looks like some of the blue cities are coming in first. But as we know, Pennsylvania took ages to count. So, run the numbers, femboy number 4. We need femboy Nate Silver. What would their name be? What is femboy Nate Silver going to be called? Could do something to do with socks. We got Soxy Foxy. Isn't that me? Do I look particularly femboy? I hit the wall. Yeah, that's true. I hit the wall. Twink death and its consequences. Nate Sylvie. Steve Golden. That's just the name. That's just the guy. Texas. There are a bunch of interesting results in Texas, the state where I currently live. And the ones that I wanted to say as like bellwethers are Houston. So in Houston, there is a candidate, Sheila Jackson Lee, who is not particularly progressive, but who is endorsed by a lot of progressive groups because she's the most progressive option. She's a Medicare for All supporter, which is less progressive than you think. She's endorsed by Our Revolution, which is good. But she could be way better than she actually is. For someone who's in such a blue city. But with the caveats out of the way, this is Sheila Jackson Lee. She's pretty good, is all I'm trying to say. The opposition is this guy named John Whitmire, and you know when someone has something in their oh my god, did it fucking get edited? It did. Someone removed it. Okay, it used to, 30 minutes ago, I checked this. In the fucking introduction, it said, although he is a member of the Democratic Party, he is a conservative, and someone removed it. I bet you it's someone with a Houston IP. Whitmire is very much a conservative. He is very much on the side of law and order, and there's been a lot of unrest about that in Houston because there's been a lot of abusive police situations in Houston. So this is a bellwether for whether that kind of politics works. We sort of saw that in Chicago, where Brandon Johnson barely won over a conservative Democrat, which was a bad indicator. It's an indicator that people are moving right on crime and safety issues. Like Brandon Johnson is great. He's progressive. It was great to see him win, but he should have won by more. So both of these candidates were expected not to hit 50%, and this will go to a runoff because there are so many candidates. But we would want to see, there's not a lot of polling, but we would want to see Jackson get in like the 30% or so, and Whitmire to get also in the 30%. So far, it's not great, but it's only 31% in. Too early to say. And last state, wait, I should look at chat. Any Gunch Hitlers on the ballot? This guy isn't quite Gunch Hitler. He's a conservative Democrat. Najwin says they haven't had a good one since Rick White. I don't actually know much about the Houston mayoral history. Law and order. That's true. Law and order. Yeah, no, Boy speaking to the other bad thing about Sheila Jackson is that a bunch of quotes came out of her being really abusive, not to like partners or whatever, but to employees, just in terms of her rhetoric, not like beating people, but just really mistreating them. So again, not a sign of like a good progressive that you're going to trust in the long run. It's good. I would prefer her to win, but I would prefer that someone else win instead. Is all. Yeah. I asked the Houston friend for recommendations for like who's the right one to win in Houston, and they sent me a BLM Houston page, and they said there's nobody great in this election. We'll see in the runoff. A lot of Dems are seriously abusive to their staff, Porter, Williamson, Klobuchar. My assumption is that Republicans are worse, but that some of it's less likely to come out because Republicans seem to be way worse about policing their own ranks. Like we saw about how Madison Cawthorn, when he got up on national TV and he said, you know what? The Republicans, they love cocaine parties. They love their sex workers, right? He said all that shit. He got yeeted from the party because the only thing that Republicans hate isn't like the cocaine sex parties. It's talking about the cocaine sex parties. I don't think that any national Republicans have been ejected because of sexual assault or sexual harassment allegations. Like I actually can't think of a single one. Not Donald Trump, like obviously, but like you could think of Kavanaugh, right? There was an allegation, but it was just completely discounted in the media. You go down the line, whenever they get accused, it gets defended. Whereas like Al Sharpton, right? He got ejected because of what in the end looked to be like way more mild than what happened with Trump, sexual harassment allegations. And I think that's good, right? I think it's good that Democrats and progressives in general are way better at like just removing abusive people. It is bad that Sheila was not removed earlier, I guess is all I'd say. But I do wonder to what degree that's just because Republican staffers know, like, well, what is coming forward get me, right? They're not going to kick out the guy. So all I do is sink my career, right? If Republicans don't side with staffers, the staffers won't come forward. This is the general problem with whistleblower culture. You've got to make it so that whistleblowers are treated fucking well. I even believe that for stuff like national security, for stuff that has like destruction of privacy level impacts, not only should whistleblowers be legally protected, but they should receive a stipend of some kind. Like unironically, you should get like a whistleblower pension if what you say turns out to be true. Something along those lines, because you might not be able to get a job in security ever again because you talked. And that's sort of how it is, in my understanding, in a lot of conservative spaces. It's sort of like how mega churches are constantly doing insane shit, like flying. Wait, you know what? I should do what Demon Dama does. Whenever I go to a rant, oh, it's rant time. You know it's rant time because I'm big on the screen and I'm big in your mind. And you know what else is big? It's your desire to click the like button, okay? Because you're going to like the stream and you're going to boost it up in the algorithm. That's right. I'm the #1 shilster. Back to the rant. I think the analogy is to megachurch pastors who do tons of fucked shit with all their money, but their underlings aren't like reporting on them. They're not breaking from it because they're part of the system too, right? Yeah, no, iPod. They let alleged serial rapist Roy Moore run for senator. Yeah, they didn't give a shit. I remember the I forget his fucking name, but the guy who said that if a woman is sexually assaulted, then her womb has a way of dealing with that, as an argument against a rape exemption for abortion. Because he said that the ovaries simply close up and prevent the possibility of pregnancy. Jesus fucking Christ, right? Like they didn't strike that guy. With Republicans, it was called the 11th Commandment. Yeah, no, I've heard that. The 11th Commandment is never criticize another Republican. Trump did destroy it, but you know why he was able to destroy it? Is because no one can kick him out, right? Republicans privately hate him. If you saw the leaked things from Tucker Carlson, Republicans hate him. They hate him. You see this all the time. Lindsey Graham shat on Trump. Ted Cruz shat on Trump. Everyone shits on Trump privately, but he's so popular that they can't touch him. So he's the exception because he's God, okay? God doesn't follow the 11th commandment. The last one, and one again where we're not going to have any good results early, Virginia. So this was the original one, which made us think, hey, maybe it's a red wave. There's no good polling. So like, here's Wikipedia's page, for example. There's one poll for Virginia, and that poll said Republicans are going to win. But you can't ever trust one poll. So this is meaningless. Ignore this. Delete that from your mind. Take that segment. It's gone. Okay? We don't know what this is going to look like. But in 2021, this election, where Republicans went up 8.3% and Democrats went down 5.2%, this was a real bad sign. This was a real sign of a red sweep, a red wave was the fear. Right now, the Republicans control the chamber, the chambers. And so we'll have to see. This looks good, but the votes are clearly not all in, right? And a lot of these might be Republicans who are in the wings. So nothing to say yet. So just Virginia and Virginia, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey are bellwethers for how things are going to go in the next election. Pennsylvania, again, is the one with the Supreme Court, who I summarized this as I have to pull up the ad from McCaffrey. 1 minute. All right, 1 sec. A lot of Democrat propaganda sucks. This guy has some good propaganda.
Dan McCaffrey, veteran, prosecutor, judge.
Our freedoms are under attack. Workers' rights, women's reproductive rights, the right to vote.
There's only one veteran on the statewide courts, Dan McCaffrey. One candidate with experience as a Pennsylvania prosecutor.
I prosecuted over 1,000 criminals, organized crime, attempted murder, some real bad dudes.
The only candidate endorsed by police, Planned Parenthood, and labor union.
Boo! Boo, police.
To protect our rights, there's only one, Judge Dan McCaffrey.
So, aside from the questionable police union endorsement, this is such banger propaganda. He's like, yep, I'm hard on crime, and I love workers, and I love women's rights, okay? The ideal swing state Republican, okay? The ideal swing state Democrat, okay? Thank you, Judge Dan McCaffrey. Yeah, he's simultaneously endorsed by, like, every fucking labor union and every fucking police brotherhood. So that's an idea of his politics, but way better than the Republican, who she's strongly anti-abortion. She fucking despises abortion. So I will take the pro-cop, pro-worker Democrat over the insanely pro-cop, anti-abortion, anti-worker Republican. But, you know, could be better, right? I do. That's one thing I always want to try and end. I'm not over with the elections. We're going to return to this. But I do want to try and end, whenever we talk about elections, I try and make it clear that, like, I am super committed to the idea that you should vote for the leftmost viable option. Voting takes very little time. It's like when you measure how long it takes the average person to vote, the median voter takes 12 minutes to vote. And I believe that includes transit time. Now, for a lot of people, it's way longer. But when people talk about like the horror stories of like, there's like very, very long polling districts, those are way outliers. And especially in states with mail-in voting, there's just no fucking excuse. If you're politically informed, just pull the lever for the leftmost viable option, which 99% of the time is going to be the Democrat. But what I wanted to give as the corollary to that is that voting for the leftmost viable Democrat is like step one. If you want to see politics move left, you have to join a mass organization. It's why I constantly shill for DSA. You have to be able to shift politics after the election. You can't just be involved every 2 years, every year. Two is that you want to vote for the leftmost viable option, not just in the general, but also in the primaries, right? You want to vote for the leftmost possible winner of that race. And it works, right? Like, People really underestimate this. Every single time that a Democrat has lost a primary in the past decade has been to a progressive challenger. Part of the reason the Democratic Party has shifted left over the past decade is because our side wins, and we can win. It's not clear whether like I don't want to say that maybe like okay. Pulling back, the critique would be, yes, we've shifted Democrats left, but we shifted them from like neoliberals to slightly better neoliberals, right? And that's true. The question is, can we keep shifting them towards like social democratic party, right? Can we start shifting them towards something that's genuinely left of center? And I don't know. Like, bluntly, I don't know the answer to that. I think that it's foolish to say that there's only one correct answer. Whenever I talk to people, when you talk to people who are like strongly in the Democratic Party and who are social democrats, they will tell you, yes, I think it can be reformed. I don't think we can know that. There's a lot of history in the Democratic Party of when left challengers get in, that the party elite start organizing to tamp down the ability to primary incumbents. They tamp down the ability to have internal democracy. This happened in... I want to say it happened in the 80s, but I could be saying the wrong decade. There were two waves of this. I want to say one in the 40s, one in the 80s. And there was a left wave of this, of amping up democracy in the 60s. So all I want to say is, like, this isn't something where we can just winning and the elites are just going to happily let it happen. They haven't before, right? They haven't now, right? They fucking hated Bernie Sanders. They actively organized against him. They fucking hate the progressive challengers. The Dems for years, and they still might, banned firms that worked with primary progressive incumbents from working with the Democratic Party as a whole, which is a kill blow. They do all they can. That's maybe sounds like a technical point, but they do all they can to make it as hard as possible to run as a progressive, without losing elections. That sucks, right? At the same time, I hear from people, usually on like we can't run in the Democratic Party side, right? The people who want to run as their own little socialist third party, they'll say something like, the Democratic Party hasn't moved at all. They're all just neoliberals. Oh, you support the Democrats? You support a right-wing party? That's bullshit, right? The Democratic Party is, like, unironically one of the most socially progressive parties on earth, in terms of virtually every social issue around. And economically, it's like solidly centered as a coalition of like worldwide, arguably centrist center leftists, just based on worldwide comparisons. Econoboy says, have you considered that working within the state apparatus only reinforces the levers of capitalist suppression, which subjugate workers around the globe? That's true. When you vote for a Democrat, you are also voting for that Democrat to oppress people in a third world country. You are directly responsible for that. Moral responsibility is directly conveyed through votes, which was why every single American is guilty. Jesus Christ. I want to speak to that actually a little bit. So finishing up the skepticism, I think we have seen very real shift within the Democratic Party. Four states now have a public option for health insurance. That wasn't a thing 20 years ago. It wasn't a thing 40, 50, 60 years ago. States have adopted on their own accord 15 and plus minimum dollar wages. We are seeing really, really, really interesting movement in the Democratic Party. The question is simply, how far left can it go? From my perspective, right? I'm left of the Democratic Party. I'm in it by convenience. The question is, how left can it go? And to that, I would just say that we haven't hit the wall where it can't go more left, where we started losing generals because we're electing people too left in the primaries. We haven't hit a wall where like the elites have completely shut us out and broke us off from their party, right? When they start trying to do like a dirty break and break us off, then yeah, we've hit the wall. But for now, there's a lot of room to go. And just speaking to what Econoboy was saying, a lot of people treat voting like it's a moral question of moral stain on your soul. Like, oh, you voted for the Democrat? I guess that makes you responsible for all the evil things that he did. No. If you vote for the Green, you're throwing your ballot away. Does that mean that you're responsible for the guy who wins the election because you wasted your vote? If your vote could have elected the Democrat, does that mean that you're responsible for the Republican who got in instead? No. Voting is not a direct contribution of moral responsibility. You are making an incredibly tiny contribution to the overall question of who wins the election. You are not personally responsible. That is completely bullshit. Voting is like a chess game. I have no idea what that analogy means. Voting, the analogy is something. It's like you are a grain of sand, right? And yes, one grain of sand causes the avalanche or whatever, but it wasn't that one grain of sand that bears moral responsibility for the avalanche. It was the whole bunch of grains of sand in general. I think it's just important to realize that if you think of voting as step one, it's not a moral weight on your soul. Your soul is not tainted by voting for a Democrat. Your soul is tainted by refusing to do the next steps of getting involved and trying to change the political situation in mass organizations. So, yet again, I am going to shield for everyone, join the DSA, and you can make it so that there's more candidates that don't fucking suck. Naomi Chance, have you considered the Democrats are only marginally better than Republicans on the issue of cats being the best pets? That's true. I had not considered that. Oh, Econoboy has a really interesting comparison. Very thoughtful, too. Voting is like a box of chocolates. You never know what type of capitalist exploitation you're going to get. Really insightful. Appreciate that, Econoboy. Have you looked into Rick Scott's Senate race in Florida for 24? No. But, I haven't looked into the future elections, bluntly. I've only been looking into the next year or so. Before we head off this topic, let's see. Ooh, in the meantime, while I've been fucking rambling about all these elections, 4 more DSA electeds won and 2 lost. Still pretty good ratio. Still pretty good ratio. Let's see. Did any incumbents lose? Nope. And let's check the key ones. Minneapolis is not in. Duluth is not in. Where's Boulder? Not in. New York's not in. Okay, so we don't know shit. Check the margins in the losses. This one doesn't have it, but later we can look at it. SDL, please acknowledge the despair over losing Andy Levin. Oh my god, why do I know that name? Why is it pulling up a blank? I can't know. There's no DSA command, but I can post the link. There should be a DSA command. You know what? I should make that. And you know what you should do, kind viewer, is like the stream. Because every like that appears on the stream is literally one more viewer. It's something like a 1-to-1. It's fucking crazy. If you've ever watched Demon Mama streams, she shows this, and it's fucking crazy. YouTube's algorithm is insanely biased towards liking the stream. Let me pull up, say, membership join. L plus ratio says Rainbow Krampus in YouTube chat. I completely agree. Danito says, oh, yep, you're talking about Andy Levin, who's a progressive congressperson primaried by AIPAC. Is that... Fuck. Fudge Smith says, can I start a DSA paramilitary organization? It's so, I know this is a joke, but like, where was it? Well, I don't want to bring up the tweet on stream. I don't want to be that mean about it. Okay. But speaking to that, like, I find that whenever I engage with people about voting, I always hear the same argument that voting can't make real change, that the system won't change, you're working within the system, reformism can't work, stuff like all of these arguments. And the thing that's frustrating to me is I have yet to see a single data-based pro-revolution alternative or a single data-based third-party socialist alternative. Because socialist third parties lose 99% of their elections. It is abysmal. I showed on, I think, the last stream that the quote-unquote Working Families Party in Michigan, which has run like 100 candidates, has lost every single race and managed to lose a Democrat their seat in the House of Representatives. So they have 0 victories and 1 additional, like, double loss. And so, like, the frustration to me is whenever someone says voting doesn't work, I always ask, what is your alternative? And the answer I always get is, well, reform can't work. So even if revolution is super fucking impossible, super unlikely, we have to pursue it because it's the only chance we have of real change. And I'm like, well, just look fucking around you. There's real change happening right now. And why should we believe that even if it's unlikely, that it's feasible, right? I actually have yet to read a modern revolutionary writer, and I've repeatedly asked people for this. I've repeatedly asked, like, every ML that I have a decent working relationship with for a modern writer who argues that it is possible to have a socialist revolution in the United States or in other rich countries. And I have received 0. And maybe this is just because I'm not talking to the right MLs, but, like, all I get when I ask about why revolution is possible is just words about how, like, I am ignoring the spirit of the revolution. I'm ignoring the only possibility of change. I never get people proving that change is possible. I never get anyone being like, hey, now that I'm not living in 1917 and I have access to an insane amount of sociological data, I'm going to make Lenin's case, but better, right? I have yet to see a single person make that. And it's so frustrating because there's so many fucking Leninists and they love to write. There's so many Trotskyists and they love to write. There's so many Maoists and they love to write, and none of them have written it. I've asked more than once, put it like that. Yeah. Did you see the post today on the Zapatistas? I did not. And I will say that the Zapatistas are cool. I don't know that the Zapatistas are possible in the United States environment, but you can just say it. MLs are complete and total of dumb fucks. I will disagree with that. There are some vanguardists that I have talked to who I consider to be extremely intelligent. And often they are very, very well read on, like, Marxism. However, the critique that I would give is that they are very well read on Marxism, but that does not mean that they are able to defend Marxism to a conservative, to a centrist. They understand the ins and outs of Marxism from the inside, but they don't understand how to be like, hey, and here's my proof that the labor theory value is true. There are very few Marxists that I've come across. What's his name? It's the Spanish guy. I totally forget the guy. Victor Magariño is probably the only vanguardist that I've ever run across who's able to actually defend, like, labor theory value on the merits. I have run across maybe like 2 or 3 vanguardists who are able to defend falling rate of profit on the data-based merits. And I think they're wrong. I think the data does not show what they say, right? But, like, I just point to it. It is a rarity thing. And that's frustrating to me. The analogy I would give is, I feel like there's a bunch of very smart priests. There's a bunch of very smart, like, monks. An insane number of insanely smart theologians. But that doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter how smart they are, because what they're studying is, like, not able to achieve the goals they're searching for. You will not get eternal life by doing a closer reading of the Bible. You will not achieve socialist utopia by doing a closer reading of Lenin, you know? So, a Leninist debate bro would go hard. I was not a Leninist. I was like, I don't know. I don't think I was like, I would have been the closest you get to that. And it was fucking great. Like 2 or like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Number 1 Soviet Union defender SDL. Kepper says, I'm asking MLs to learn how to run and read a linear regression. I will say that in defense of MLs, a lot of people are very bad with statistics. It's not just MLs. The critique that I would give is that for the level of how do I get rid of that? Who's DMing me? For the level of intelligence and the level of research that Marxists, Leninists, and vanguardists have, the level of data and empiricism behind their statements is like way smaller than it should be. Like, the way I would put it to this is that I don't think that I've read a single reformist socialist book which hasn't had a graph in it. Like, I literally don't think that I've read one reformist socialist who managed to avoid putting a graph in their book. And yet, every fucking vanguardist book that I read is devoid of graphs. Where are my pretty lines? Where are my big tables? I'm just a simple boy. I want to see a big grid. I want to see a line squirming around, okay? Is that too much to ask? I don't think so. I think that's the basics of Marxist theory, is a bunch of squiggly lines, okay? Where are they? I need them. Give me the lines. No graphs. Oh my god, we do need to do the Mega Mind meme. Replying to people in YouTube chat, and I will see you, by the way, Rainbow Krampus, if you go to site chat. I'll see you more quickly. I want to take a stats course, but I don't want to do any math. What I will say is that if you take a applied statistics class or a statistics introduction class, like a stats 101 or applied statistics class, there's a likelihood that you'll do a minor amount of math, but you'll do a lot more coding if that suits you. There's less focus on understanding the theory and more understanding like how to run the regression, how to load in data, stuff like that. And I think it's really, really useful. I am convinced. I'm one of the cranks who thinks that everyone in high school should have to take a stats class. Graphographic. I'm not even joking about this. Eric Olin Wright, in his theory of change, has a fucking line graph for possibilities of where socialism could go. In an upcoming book by David Kalnitsky, who's like the arch reformist, he has like 4 graphs every chapter. In every blog post that I write, there's a graph. In Romer's books, he doesn't have graphs, but he has an insane number of tables. Like, I don't know. All girls nowadays know is box plot, p-value, and z-table. Charge they phone, run they p-value, and lie. I've convinced you to add stats to your econ major. That's actually the exact course that I took. I econ major, stats minor. And I think it's, for whatever value an econ major has, I think the stats minor was very, very, very useful. I took the more applied side. I'm sorry, not the applied. I took the more theoretical side. But because I'm a graphophile, I was doing the applied stuff in my free time, so it worked out all right. All I want is a Leninist who knows what R is and how to use it, okay? Is that too much to ask? Okay. I wanted to do a quick react to this short video by a conservative influencer by the name of Amala Eponobi, titled "Women Weren't Made for 9-to-5 Jobs." So, background on Amala Eponobi is that she either is or was a Daily Wire like paid influencer type.
There is an insane.
And all she does is react to TikToks. So here's the video. Here's her content. This is about a TikTok. It's about crazy leftist TikToks. It's about a crazy leftist on a TikTok. It's about Disney. It's about a TikTok. This is about Twitter drama. It's about TikTok. It's about TikTok. It's all fucking TikTok. So I just want to note that like this is conservative content nowadays, is nonstop reaction to TikToks. It's nonstop cultural war. And I get it. Like, it works. It's popular. But at the same time, the analysis is so fucking shallow. So in this video, she cites studies. There's no studies down here, not a single one cited, because the point is not to try and convince people by like the quality of argumentation. It's just to say shit, like unironically. It's just get people riled up and say shit. In this one, unlike most of the TikToks, she's not just laughing. She actually plays the TikTok in full and then mostly agrees with the content of the TikTok, but has really stupid responses to it. So all I would say to keep in the back of your mind while we're playing this is, what solutions does she suggest? Whenever she raises a problem, what is her solution? Whenever she says the TikTok is right about XYZ, what is her solution? And what you'll find as we watch the video is that she doesn't suggest any. It's only to agree with this broad cultural grievance, but she doesn't suggest a single solution to, hey, people fucking hate their economic situation. Why? Because she's a conservative influencer. She was paid by the Daily Wire. She appeared on PragerU. She's completely, I guarantee this woman has oil billionaire money. And, as Chad Not Chud notes, she didn't use a single graph. I'll let her go.
Insanely viral video circulating on the internet of a young woman complaining about her 9-to-5 work week structure. Some are making fun of her and saying this is life and she needs to buck up and get used to it. Others are saying she's completely right. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into this video, if you'd like to support the work I'm doing on this channel, I have a Patreon. The link is in the description down below. Sign up if you like, no pressure. Now let's
Okay, another note here is this has all of the editing tricks. It's like designed to keep Zoomers engaged. There's always something happening, a jump cut, some kind of noise, some whatever, every like 10 seconds, every 15 seconds. So love my Zoomer bait. Let's go.
Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into this video, if you'd like to support, now let's get down to the bottom of this video.
I know I'm probably just being so dramatic and annoying, but this is my first job, like my first 9-to-5 job after college, and I'm in person, and I'm commuting in the city, and it takes me forever to get there. There's no way I'm gonna be able to afford living in the city right now, so that's off the table. Like, duh! If I was able to walk to work, and it'd be fine, but I'm not. So it literally takes me, like, I leave here at, like, I get on the train at 7:30, and I don't get home till, like, 6:15 earliest, and then, like, I don't have time to do anything. I want to shower, eat my dinner, and go to sleep. I don't have time or energy to cook my dinner either. Like, I don't have energy to work out. Like, that's out the window. Like, I'm so upset.
Okay, let's pause for a second. So far
So one thing that she correctly notes is that the huge amount of this is Rainbow Krampus says, don't tell Vosh I joined a site chat. YouTube chat is best chat. Cope and see the Rainbow. Vosh chat will love to have you. The first thing that I'd note is just that her overwhelming complaint in this video is about transit time. And I believe that Amala notes this as well, but her problem isn't so much the 9-to-5, it's that it's 9-to-5 plus an insane amount of transit time.
she hasn't really directly complained about the job itself. It seems like she's most concerned about the fact that she's commuting an hour and a half in the morning and an hour and 15 back, which in my own personal
Okay, again, the Zoomer bait.
opinion is quite a bit, and I used to commute for work. I completely understand how that can be a little frustrating when your car becomes your second home. And it's interesting because I feel myself having this instinct to make fun of this girl and say that she needs to get up and go to work and do what everybody else does. And I think it's an instinct that we all share. When you've been put through the ringer at work, or you've done the whole 9-to-5 back and forth, when you see somebody else complaining about it, your instinct is to think, you need to get used to this. Everybody has to go through it. It's life, and somebody should have prepared you for that. And there's a discussion to be had surrounding preparation for what life looks like. We'll talk about that in just a moment.
Okay, I just gotta say that my first instinct watching like someone get really sad on TikTok is not, I think this person sucks and should get their life in order, and actually they clearly just can't handle what being a real woman is like, what being a real adult is like. And yeah, no, as people are noting, the constant camera moves, there's like color changes, there's sound effects. It's literally every 5 to 10 seconds. I guarantee you get a timer, you could time this video and it wouldn't go above 15. About edits, some effect, whatever. Yeah, it's just, this is Zoomer bait. This is well edited Zoomer bait. It has 90,000 views. Which is worse than she usually does, but she churns out this content.
Oh my god! nothing to do with my job at all, but just like the 9 to 5 schedule in general is crazy. Being in the office 9 to 5, like if it was remote, you get off at 5 and you're home and everything's fine. But like I'm not home. It takes me long to get home, and like people that drive to the office, like you don't get off at 5. And I know it could be worse. I know I could be working longer, but like I literally get off, it's pitch black. Like I don't have energy. How do you have friends? Like how do you have time to like a guy? I don't know. Like how do you have time for like dating? Like I don't have time for anything, and I'm like so stressed out, and I'm also getting my period, so that's why I'm all emotional. But like, am I so dramatic? It's fine.
Okay. Well, at least
Gotta read something from chat. They're called Zoomers because they cannot comprehend 3 seconds without a stock. Sorry, they're called Zoomers because they need constant camera zooms.
she's speaking to some points as to why she might be extra dramatic in this case, and I can sense a little bit of that. So instinctually, I watch a video like this and I think you'll be fine. I personally have a best friend who wakes up every single morning, goes to work her 9 to 5, comes home, gets ready, goes to a second job, works all night, and then comes back, sleeps, and does the same thing the next day.
And she's a hustler and she loves it.
But not everyone is.
I know the editing is working for her, but oh my god. Why it's like they just rolled dice on which they were going to do for each like clip, each cut. Is it zooming in? Is it zooming out? Is it red now? Is it like echo? Oh my god.
Like that. And I think if you take a general look at our society, nearly every single one of us is putting in the work now in hopes that later down the line, we will be able to slow down and focus on things that matter more to us. Maybe some of the things that she mentioned in this video, things like family and friends and dating, finding a significant other, just taking care of oneself. And while I think
just wanted to note, on a more serious thing, she has agreed that there are serious issues raised in the video, that it's important to have a life outside of work, and that work might be getting in the way of people's social life. Keep all that back in the back of your mind. These are problems she has raised. What solutions does she suggest?
Think that there are ways she could find that within her 9 to 5 work structure. I can understand the frustration, especially when this is your first time getting that experience. So let's look underneath that idea of thinking that she's perfectly capable of doing this job and doing the commute, and in fact, if she worked her schedule right, she'd have plenty of time to do all the things that she's talking about. Something that obviously sticks out to me in watching this video is that she is a young woman, and in today's society, young women, in my opinion, are sold a big fat lie. And the big fat lie is that they should focus on nothing more than getting a job and slaving away to a corporation and working on their career to secure the bag. We're told that we should be girl bosses and forget about significant others or husbands or children, worry about that later, get the career now. And as
So later in this video, she does have a token note that men are told the same thing. She like says it once, but the idea that this is a problem just for women, that the idea that, hey, you have to have a job is just a problem for women, and it's only a problem because of what society tells people, is so fucking insane. If you are living on your own, you have to have a job. And if you're not, you have to live with someone. And usually if you have to live with someone, you have to have a job. Like all of the complaints that she's raising would be correct if she was framing it as, hey, this is a problem with work culture. This is a problem with how society operates, with having to work a job. But instead it has to be, this is what the feminists want you to believe.
wonderful as it is to make ourselves into perpetual consumers and make a ton of money, it turns out that on the flip side of that 9 to 5 job, you may not have as much time for yourself. It turns out that commuting an hour and a half to work in the morning, to sit at a desk for 8 hours, and then commute all the way back home just to have a few hours to yourself before going to sleep and doing it all over the next day is not as fulfilling as we thought it would be. But that
And is it fulfilling for men? Do men enjoy that? Men be like, yeah, I wake up every day. I get 0 hours of free time. I get 6 hours of sleep. I drive 1 hour and a half to work. I work for 7 hours. I work for 12 hours a day, drive back 1.5 hours of driving, go back to sleep. Men love that shit. Men like, I am completely emotionally and physically fulfilled by this work-life balance. Like, why add the gender bit? This just sucks. If a man had made this video, would she be responding this way? If a man was like, hey, I drive an hour and a half to work. I've got no time to like work out. I got no time to meet friends, got no time to go to the bar. If he did this all, but it was male coded, would she have responded to this way? No, because what she's doing is she's raising real problems. And every time her solution is going to be to imply that feminism is the cause and therefore removing feminism is the solution.
is the feminist narrative that we are all sold, and somehow is not as fulfilling as we thought it would be. But that is the feminist narrative that we are all sold, and somehow this is meant to be liberating and more empowering for women, when in fact, if you look into the structure of a 9-to-5 work week, it's not even made for the biology of women. We know now that women need more sleep, and some studies even say that it's beneficial for women to get more than 8 hours of sleep. We also know that women don't get that big boost of testosterone in the morning that men have. We also know that women live on a 28-day cycle that is full of highs and lows, where we bleed 1 week out of every month, and we are sold that a 9-to-5 work week is somehow liberating and empowering and is going to.
Okay, so we do some biological essentialism. Again, she cites no studies. I can't fact check this because it's just, studies say that women need to sleep more and they don't get a boost of testosterone in the morning, so they can't be morning people. They can't be like energized in the morning. Okay, can you like if she actually wanted to argue this, then she would be showing you. But whenever someone tells you instead of showing you, they just want to hit you over the head with the idea of science. They don't actually give a shit about it. So yeah, hate the biological essentialism. And again, she's going to sell this all as a feminist lie. The feminists want you women to ignore the fact that you're emotional little babies who don't get their testosterone in the morning. And that's why women all hate the morning. There's no woman who is a morning person. Every woman is an evening person.
And we are sold that a 9-to-5 work week is somehow liberating and empowering and is going to make us feel better about ourselves because we come home with more money in our pockets. And not only that, it takes away from other endeavors that we will come to find are far more important than chasing your career. What happens at the end of the day when this young woman grows into an older woman who has no husband or no significant other because she slaved away to corporate America? What happens if she believes the lie that her corporate career is more important than having kids and a family? And what happens when we look around us and recognize that we are getting to a point in this economy where women and men don't have the choice on this anymore? I think
she adds "and men" after a segment arguing that the reason for why this is so bad is because of women's biology. So like, thanks for the token addition of men not liking a 10-hour, 11-hour like work day. But yeah, the idea that that women and men don't have a choice anymore is so fucking frustrating. Because like, so she'll talk about this later in the video, but women fought for this right, not just because they wanted to like work and slave away, but because they wanted equality in the workplace. Poor women were always forced to work. There was no time period when poor women weren't working. If they weren't working out in the fields, they were working in the home. And when I say working in the home, we often think of that as like, oh, they were taking care of children. In ancient times, women knitted. Women like created clothes. In more recent times, like they would do stuff like livestock keeping. And in like increasingly modern times, they would do, oh God, what's the fucking name for it? Cottage industry, I believe. They would take in small amounts of like say clothing material, and they would create that, and then they would sell it off to a capitalist who would come by every week or whatever. Whenever you look at those pictures, if you've ever gone into history class and you see those pictures of like really poor people in Brooklyn in like the 1800s, those are usually working women who work from home. They were the original remote workers, literally, because some guy would come in and be like, hey, here's a bunch of wool, please knit it into socks. And then they come back a week later and take all your socks. Chadnut says women were knitting way more recently than ancient times. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to speak to that with the cottage industry. Just the point is that like, the idea that women weren't working is bullshit. They weren't working 9 to 5, but they were working irregular home-based jobs. Everyone was basically always working. There's some arguments that people in medieval times worked less, but the argument there is not that they worked less labor over a year, it's that they worked less for an employer over time. That they had more independent and self-directed work time, but they were still working, like tending their own fields, keeping care of their own animals, raising their own children, and so on. Anyway, just wanted to raise the point that like this idea that, oh, women used to be free from work is bullshit. The only people who were ever free from work were rich women who were the eye candy toys of rich suburban men. That's it. And that was never true for 90% of women.
I think we'll come to find in this economy where women and men don't have the choice on this anymore. I think we'll come to find this whole massive push to have us in the workforce to be liberated working in our corporate jobs has now left us with no other choice than to do exactly that with our lives. So yeah, you're gonna see a whole lot of young women hopping on the internet crying about their 9 to 5 jobs and the situation that they now find themselves in. And the more we continue down this path, the less options you will have out of it. And don't get me wrong, there are a lot of women like my best friend that I described who is good at hustling, who works 2 jobs, who loves being out in the workforce and keeping busy. But there are also a lot of women, and I think we'll come to find more than we're willing to recognize, who don't want that life once they have it.
Okay, so she's raised a problem. A lot of women do not want the 9-to-5 life. What is the solution that's implied here? Because she doesn't say, and I'm just like, I'll play the rest of the video, but she doesn't say unions. She doesn't talk about, hey, maybe you should do something about your work culture. Hey, maybe people should have less working hours. Hey, let's talk about a 4-hour workday. All she does is talk about the problems and suggest it's feminism's fault. So the only cause of the problems that we've talked about so far is the feminist lie, quote unquote. And the only solution presented so far is love hustle culture. That's it. So again, keep it in the back of your mind. Conservatives, especially this type of like national conservative that she is playing up, love to present to you real problems of capitalism, of the labor market, and refuse to give you a solution because they don't have one.
I think we're all becoming at least a little skeptical of corporations. I think we're all left, right, and center coming to the conclusion that corporations do not have our best interests at heart.
This is another big tell. And sometimes people hate on corporations just because it's the language of hating on the economic elite. But whenever someone hates on corporations and not something like the rich, the capitalist class, employers, whatever, like business, it's an idea that they aren't opposed to work per se. They think that capitalism is run by bad corporations instead of good capitalism run by wholesome, epic, small business owners who do not exploit their workers, who do not force them to work too long, who do not force them to have long transit times. None of that could be a problem in a mom and pop business. The only one who would do that is something like Apple. So corporations, the language thereof, makes it very easy to silo this thing off as it's not like a problem with how labor markets work. It's just a problem with the bad businesses. And Chad Nutshot is right. Corporations rule. It's the owners that are the problem. Something that's often under-discussed is that small firms are way more likely to have labor law violations than are big firms. Large firms, because they have to build out HR structures, are actually less likely to fuck over workers. There's complicated arguments there because large firms are also more able to do stuff like stifle unions, but smaller firms are less able to organize unions because fewer people are involved, and there's therefore fewer workers to replace if a union starts going up. It's complicated. I'm not going to say like there's this unambiguous bigger is better, smaller is better, or whatever. The point is just that focusing on that dynamic is very much a focus on trying to say big capitalists are the problem. We need to return to the petit bourgeois, the small businesses, and they are the good capitalists. And Chad Nutshot is right. Small businesses often already have a lot of carve-outs for labor protections. Yep, minimum wages often don't even apply in some states to firms under a certain number of employees. Or if they do apply, they apply at a lower rate. So it's easier to get fucked at a small firm than it is a large firm. Overwhelmingly so. And it's not just America. It's true across Europe as well. That only large firms have stuff like co-determination. Only large firms are subject to sectoral bargaining. So the point here is just that the idea that you can silo off the bad parts of the labor market is bullshit.
We've seen it with Big Pharma. We've seen it with Vanguard. We've seen it with BlackRock. We've seen it with State Street, the buying up of all of our houses, the changing of our political agenda and propaganda that has been inserted into our society. And we've seen it with...
Just want to note two things here. One, the examples that she gives are all finance capital. Not a single one of these is a large employer. Did she shit on Walmart? Did she shit on Amazon? No, she shits on the financiers. So I'm not saying this is JQing, okay? But it is the idea that, hey, there's this elite far away that are, quote, and she said this in just a second, that are, quote, inserting propaganda into our society. It can never be, hey, businesses are just exploiting you because they want profit. It has to be this shadowy, secret financial capitalists who are inserting propaganda to control society from the shadows. No, dog, they just exploit you because they want more money. It's not JQing.
The changing of our political agenda and propaganda that has been inserted into our society. And do you think changing of
I gotta show that edit as well.
Our political agenda and propaganda that has been inserted into our society? And
I know this is just like how her editing works, but like propaganda has been inserted into our society and then it fades to black. Jesus fucking Christ, dog.
do you think they care at all really about their workers or their work structure or whether or not it's creating a fulfilling life for them? I would guess not. And I think those corporations a very long time ago figured out that it was within their best interest to get women into the workforce and to sell it to them as some sort of liberating hero's arc. In fact, here's an editor at Cosmopolitan talking about exactly that. Before
we get to the Cosmopolitan, I just again wanted to say, you'd think that after following up with how bad how bad corporations are, you'd think that she'd start talking about joining a union, talking about worker cooperatives. She's talking about labor law, right? She'd start talking about any of the solutions to this, because you've raised the problem. Oh, corporations control society. Corporations have too much power. Corporations get to control whether women enter or exit the workplace. Oh, that sounds really bad. Corporations are so powerful that they get to decide whether feminism is the ideology or not. That sounds like really scary to someone who wants to believe in the democratic control of society. We don't want the rich to control what we believe, right? Oh, maybe corporations should have less power. Maybe we should regulate them to be smaller, or maybe we should regulate them to be less powerful. We should give democracy more power. None of this is suggested. Again, the key to watching any national conservative video is ask what their solution is. Because when someone doesn't give a solution, they don't have one. They just want you to be mad at the system or mad at a particular ideology, which here is feminism and the financiers. And here we're going to hear from a cosmopolitan who's critiquing, well, we're going to hear from a cosmopolitan editor.
Wanted to keep their...
In fact, here's an editor at Cosmopolitan talking about exactly that.
They wanted to keep their jobs. But should women today, really in this climate, really have to choose between their job or their child? But we pretended it was freedom for women. And over time, as the sexual revolution and the women's movement got identified closer and closer together, a lot of women began to buy into that illusion.
Turns out we were large.
So I have no idea why the Cosmopolitan editor is saying that. I don't really care. Just because she's a Cosmopolitan editor doesn't make her right. But two things. First, I just wanted to say the idea that this was that the reason women joined the workforce was solely because of feminism is bullshit. I tried to give up earlier that women have always been working, right? There was never a period where women got to live at home, not work at all, and just raise the kids and have a happy, idyllic life where they were simply homemakers and they labored like 8 hours a week or whatever. It just didn't happen. If they were poor in the 1800s to 1900s, they worked from home in basically an extended factory where the factory manager would just visit your home instead of having you come to the floor. And increasingly through the 1900s, women were already working. The thing that feminism did was it drove up wages for women because it demanded equality, and it created organized women's movements and created increased demand among women for those higher wages. And that did have an effect of driving more women into the workforce, because of the few women who were able to avoid working or who worked part-time, more became full-time because they were able to get a big income. In fact, one of the things that we know is that women who have a higher income, women who are in a relationship they dislike and then can get into a high income often have a higher rate of divorce. Why am I bringing this up? Well, a lot of women were basically trapped. They were dependent on their husbands. They could not leave. They could not survive on their own and take care of their children on their single income unless they stayed with their husband. One of the benefits of women getting to the workforce is that there actually was there was a wave of women leaving abusive relationships that they were trapped in, economically dependent on. That's fucking evil. I am glad, in fact, that women get paid enough that they can subside on their own. One of the things that we observe as well is that when we increase welfare spending, more abusive relationships end. It doesn't increase the divorce rate overall, but more women leave and then enter into healthy relationships because it gives them the ability to exit. I feel like the under-discussed idea here is this idea that the only thing feminism did was get women into the workforce. It also got them out of abusive relationships. It is so horrible to be every day, something like 8 or 16 hours a day, in a relationship where someone that you despise or that hates you or abuses you gets to control you. So all I wanted to try and bring up as the first point was this video wants to paint feminism as got people into the workplace. There is another side to that, which is it got women equality. It got them into education. It got them so much beyond the workplace. The second point I wanted to raise is I would say that insofar as this is a real problem, it's a problem of liberal feminism, quote unquote. And I don't mean that in the evil liberals, the neoliberals, bad, inherently bad. I'm saying this as liberal feminists, as in those who simply wanted equality with men, but who didn't want the overall situation of workers to improve. Like leftist feminists or socialist feminists don't just want equality, they want workers to be better off because women are workers too. So yeah, if people are working too long, if they don't have good life balance, maybe we should make it better for all workers, of whom half are women. So again, I'm trying to bring this up because when she suggests all these problems, the problem here is not women working. The problem is that women's work sucks. The problem is not men working, it's that men's works suck. Yeah, Tyrannox is right. Choice feminism. The idea was that the choice of being able to go into the workforce was the highest goal of feminism. Completely wrong. The goal of, in my view, like leftist feminism is not merely to achieve equality between men and women, but to achieve a world where people where all workers have a life worth living, right? No, regardless of their gender.
Largely sold a lie, and we're going to be dealing with the repercussions of buying it. Now, this whole video is not to say that nobody should work 9 to 5 and we should completely upend the work structure and look at socialism and communism and all these different things. It's just to say...
Just wanted to say again, what solutions does she suggest? She doesn't even give you a name for the ideology. Want to play it again?
Of buying it. Turns out we were largely sold a lie, and we're going to be dealing with the repercussions of buying it. Now, this whole video is not to say that nobody should work 9 to 5 and we should completely upend the work structure and look at socialism and communism and all these different things. It's just to say that when we see a video of a young woman or anybody questioning the current system that we live in, maybe we should question it too. As I said,
okay, that's a really good point. I agree. We should question the system. But what answers has she given? What solutions has she given? All she wants to do is tell you feminism is not the answer. Socialism is not the answer. Maybe the financiers and the corporations are the problem, but she doesn't give an answer to what?
Said before, I think...
Sorry, an answer to what we do about it.
The current system that we live in, maybe we should question it too. As I said before, I think most of us are working now, in whatever capacity we are working now, in order to build a better future for ourselves. And I think when we think about that better future, it doesn't involve a 9 to 5 job where we're sitting at a desk all day just to go home and get a few hours to ourselves and do it all over again the next.
I just have to comment on the editing again. Why? Why was she? Why was it? Why is it like this? Why can't she just speak into the camera? Oh my God. Yeah. Chad Not Chud says, it can't be capitalism. It can't be socialism, but perhaps it's some sort of secret third position.
I think the future that we envision for ourselves involves leisure time. Yes, to work on things, but to work on things that maybe we are more passionate about, that are more fulfilling for us, that are better for our significant others, our husbands,
Our wives.
our families. I think the futures that we envision involve strong relationships with our family and friends and doing things that truly make us feel joy and happiness. And while a 9 to 5 job, you may decide, is the exact way to get to that future, we shouldn't be so up in arms when a young woman figures out that maybe it's not for her. Yes.
Okay. So, question raised. This sucks. She raises the question, this life sucks. Maybe when a woman raises this question, we should listen to that question. Okay, what is your answer, Amala? Please give me the answer.
Yes, work is a part of life. And if this young woman decides to leave her 9 to 5 job and maybe find a husband and be a stay-at-home mom, that will involve a lot of work too. In fact, probably more than she was ever doing at her job. But
okay, the only solution presented is become a stay-at-home wife, and then she says that would actually be even more work than a 9 to 5 job. So I'm actually mad at this because it's like, okay, your goal here was to tear down feminism. And you literally just said there's no way out of having an endless cycle of working to the bone. If you're a woman, like, just kiss the possibility of leisure time goodbye. What the fuck? I'm actually just mad at this in terms of propaganda, because the whole point of this whole video has been that this is the feminist lie that they sold you. And the woman said, as Chad says, the woman already said she doesn't have time to date. Like, she was literally complaining that her work-life balance was so bad that she can't just like quit the labor market and be like, time to find a rich and independently wealthy man who just wants to get me knocked up. Jesus Christ. Whatever. Okay. Let's hear about her solutions.
Up in arms when a young woman figures out that maybe it's not for her. Yes, work is a part of life. And if this young woman decides to leave her 9 to 5 job and maybe find a husband and be a stay-at-home mom, that will involve a lot of work too. In fact, probably more than she was ever doing at her job. But maybe that will be more fulfilling for her. Maybe that's something that works better with her lifestyle, and maybe that is something that promotes balance within her heart and mind. And yeah, while our society
Oh, so it's a lot of work to be a mom, but it's really fulfilling work, actually, and it will give you balance as a woman in your heart. God fucking damn it. This is literally like the recipe for getting like as controlled women as possible. Like, Jesus Christ.
Requires hard work and a lot of it to function in the way that it is currently. It's okay to have a conversation about balance. But guys, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the video that we watched. Do you think she needs to pick herself up by the bootstraps and get back to work? Or do you think she's onto something in the questions that she's raising in this video? I'd love to hear from you. As always, if you disagree.
Okay, so now that we're done questioning, one thing I did want to mention. So, what are some solutions? What are some genuine solutions to this? Well, the problems that the woman raised in the TikTok are one, transit time, right? It takes too long to get to work. 2, that work is too long. 3, that she doesn't have enough free time. Those are like the big 3. So how do you reduce transit time? The short answer is have people live closer to where they work. The way you do that is by having housing be abundant and cheap. And the way you have to do that is through dense cities and an enormous amount of development. So in my view, that should be one of the goals of like the state, is to encourage that type of development. We want as many people to be living in dense places with easy access to public transit so that you're not driving an hour, you're on a bus for 15 minutes to get to your work, right? So that you can do it on your own. What more could we do than that? Well, we could shift to a 4-day week, as has been, in fact, proposed by even some unions like the UAW and other unions that, hey, maybe this 5-day work week doesn't give people enough free time. Let's work a little bit longer during the week, and then let's get a whole nother day off. And I want to mention, there's actually, there have been some small studies of a few places shifting to a 4-day work week. I wanted to point to, this sounds like an odd example, the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, until I want to say the death of Stalin, had a 6-day work week, and they shifted to a 5-day work week. And what they found is that the average amount of free time of workers for women increased by 10 hours and 46 minutes for women and 10 hours and 11 minutes for men. And the reason I bring this up is when you look at the reasons why it is, when you look at the total for the week over here on the right, this right column, first off, there's a reduction in work time. That's just because they shifted from a 41-hour to a 40-hour work week. So that's just directly, they worked less, right? So don't count that. But what else happened? Well, time connected with work went down by an hour. Because think about it, every day you have to get up and you have to prepare for work. You have to prepare food, you have to get ready to go transit, you've got to get your clothes ready, right? There's this whole fucking process. So when you cut out even one day of doing that, you're cutting out all that prep time, all of the compression that you have to do to like get yourself to be ready to be a good worker, and all the decompression you have to do when you get home. There was a huge decrease in housework, which is sort of odd. But again, if you think about it, it's that if people have more time to themselves, like if they have an extra day of rest, then housework doesn't get distributed as much, like in ways where you can't fucking solve it. If you had 3 days to fully clean your apartment, it's a lot easier than working yourself to the bone and not being able to get it all done. There was a huge increase in what they called physiological needs, basically stuff like reading and other self-interested activities. Because people had more contiguous time off, they were able to do more things that genuinely interested them. And there was a huge increase in what they just called free time. And I just want to say that I think one of the goals of socialism, unironically, and to some degree, even stuff like radical liberal movements, is to increase free time to an enormous degree, and is to make the work experience as close to play as possible. And these are sort of very utopian goals, but the goal is to have work time be as close to physiologically fulfilling time, as akin to play as possible, so that you enjoy going there. You feel like you have control over work. You feel like you are an active participant, and it engages your intellectual abilities. And that's like a utopian goal. We'll never live in a world where all work is play. But we could get closer, right? We could democratize workplaces. We could automate work. And all of this would lead people to intellectually stimulating jobs where they have a collaboration with the team that they are a part of, that they have control over. So I just wanted to mention this as, and Chad Not Chad is disagreeing with me. I just want to say, on the 4-week versus 5-day week thing, all I was trying to say is even without reducing work hours, if you're conservative and you think that we can't reduce work hours, because if we reduce hours, society will fall the fuck apart. Unless men and women are churning out 40-hour weeks, okay, then society will collapse. We could still do better by shifting from 5 days to 4 days. Make it 10 hours 4 days a week. And yeah, people will be exhausted, but they'll get a whole extra day at the end. And there have been studies on that, and they've actually been like enormously good. And Chad Not Chad is pointing out that even in some countries, there's a move to a 32-hour work week. Just do 4 days. Because one of the things that we also notice is that people get overworked. If you are in a society like Norway, like the United States, where increasingly it is important to be intellectually able to work a job. And I don't mean that just in the sense of education, but in the sense of being there for it, like you're all there mentally. You can't do that on command endlessly. You need decompression and rest time and time to think. Unironically, it would be so interesting to see a society where we either had all Fridays off or all Wednesdays off. And we could do it, right? Other countries in Europe work fewer hours, and they have as high per hour living quality as we do. And they're much happier for it. So I guess all I wanted to say is that if you think that it is true that women weren't made for 9-to-5 jobs, that might be true of all people. Maybe there's better ways of organizing work. And I suggested a few that work within capitalism, and then I tried to suggest that, hey, there's also larger reforms that we could do. Stuff like trying to make workplaces democratic. We're talking about stuff like worker cooperatives and co-determination at the minimum. But she doesn't raise any of these because she doesn't give a shit. She's a national conservative. She doesn't actually care about workers. She just wants to hate on feminism and she wants to drape her anti-feminism in pro-worker sentiment, right? A Multitude of Mangoed says, I worked a 410 in landscaping. It kind of ruled, relatively speaking. It's because you don't have to do stuff like cleaning up, especially in a lot of manual labor. There's a whole process of cleaning up your body after you're done. And if you have to do that 1 day fewer a week, that's actually a decent saving of time. I know it's not for everyone, but it's part of the reason that doctors, for example, work very long shifts, because there's an act of getting ready to be like on call, and it's very hard to get on and off that more frequently through the week. So that's true. Lithic says, women has problem equals feminism failed us. I would just like to say that even under a socialist society, people would still hate their work. Some people would. The goal is to have them hate it less. The goal is to have less quote unquote alienation, have fewer people dislike their work, fewer people feel like they can't balance their work and their life. One of the ways you do so is by giving workers more power. The way towards that path is unions. The way towards that path is worker cooperatives. Until I see a national conservative support unions, until I see Amala oppose right to work laws, she's a fucking fraud. Simple as that. You can be as faux pro-worker as you want, but until you actually defend the things that empower workers, you're just an anti-feminist. That's it. There's a Kojima game about cleaning up your body a lot. It's called Death Stranding. Fucking kill me. Gotta go. Thanks for the great stream. Thanks for stopping in, Kepper. Nick the Stick is asking me an incredibly detailed question that I probably can't answer on stream. How does utilization and capacity being lower than optimal in the long run affect employment if prices and wages are fully flexible? Presumably, it would increase prices. I don't know how it would affect wages. Presumably, it would increase prices because there's still the fixed cost of capital, right? So the fixed cost of capital means that underutilization raises prices per product, right? I don't know if Chad's going to call me out here, but that would be my intuition. I haven't thought about this in so long. Sorry. Jesus Sandoval is talking in chat. I worked 4-day weeks at Amazon for a while during the pandemic. The 10-hour days were rough, but the 3-day weekend was amazing. Yeah, and the argument is like, you know what would be even more amazing than that is 8-hour days and a 3-day weekend. And we could do it. Is this a homework question? I can't tell. Nick asks me questions like these all the fucking time, sincerely. So I can't tell. Alex is also talking about during the video about how women were always working. Look up how much work it was to do laundry. Yep, like unironically, I think that part of the reason that we romanticize ancient time periods is because we forget about all the labor-saving technology that we exist around. But like, it could take hours to clean clothing. Actually, this is something that Knowing Better talked about in his video on vegetarianism. Eggplant. In this video, which I think is actually very good, Knowing Better talks about how some of the early adopters of the anti-meat movement were women, because preparing meat took a lot more time than preparing vegetables, especially with the technology of the time. Like, you don't pop out like a frozen Chick-fil-A fillet or whatever, and it's just ready to go in your air fryer or whatever. Like, you're breading it, you have to make sure you cook it to completion. Like, there's a lot of health risks involved. And so a lot of women were like, hey, what if I could just give you the vegetables and the protein that I've grown and bought at the market? That would be really nice, wouldn't it? And so, like, I just bring it up because, like, women were never not working and men were never not working. Sometimes this is played the other way, that like women were working super long hours and men had it easy in ancient times. Like, unironically, in basically every time period we look to, people worked extremely long and laborious hours. Rainbow Krampus says, so vegetarian women are just lazy. You could maybe make that argument in 1820, yes. Yeah, no, Chad, not Chad. You have to actually butcher the bird, pluck the feathers. Yeah, like in modern times, we think that meat is a simple, easy convenience, because all the work has been done by some underpaid illegal immigrant in an unregulated factory, like Tyson Farms. 1820s SJWs get wrecked. Women have worked, men have worked. What have the babies been up to? I mean, children worked too. People usually started working at like 8 to 10, from what I've read. So start to work would be like minor, like they weren't like hauling ass in the fields or whatever, but work started really young. The children yearn for the mines. I mean, even in America, as late as I want to say the 1920s, something like 50% of people didn't get a high school education because they left to get a job. And again, think about how old high schoolers are. We're talking 14, 15, 16, 17, right? Like, teens worked in America a century ago. This is not some like ancient historical past or whatever. Minecraft solved this problem. They definitely do. I thought maybe 13, but 8. My understanding is that it would start, but a lot of the work that you might do when you were young is stuff like shadowing or like very light tasks. So just like, we're not talking about sending down like an 18-year-old to the mines, but like maybe a 10-year-old, maybe a 12-year-old. I'm sure there were some. And if you want to go back to the really ancient past, children were sold into slavery. So yeah, those were. Yeah, absolutely. Nick the Stick says that they asked ChatGPT for their homework ask question. And they said income distribution could play a role in determining employment, not just flexible wages and prices, which I guess allows for things like the paradox of cost to apply in the long period. That's a really interesting answer from ChatGPT. One of the answers of all time. Did I cover Historia Civilis' video on work? I have not, and the reason I have not is that I wanted to watch it, and then I realized that I didn't have enough background literature on how long people worked historically to know whether I was being lied to. So I feel like I couldn't. Maybe I should just show it. It's a good video, but I can't tell what the truth is, because I've read a lot of things that people worked quite a bit when you account for basically self labor, for people working on their own property or for their own ends. Weren't most Spartans slaves? So Sparta was odd because Sparta was probably the only society in world history where a majority of the population were slaves. There were some places like Mississippi where it got to about 50-50, but Sparta was about 1/10 masters and 8/10 slaves. it was uniquely bad, and also as a result, it was uniquely unstable. The Sparta that's talked about in like lore, that Sparta collapsed and was reborn in the space of about 120 years, and it moved from being like a regional power to like a sub-regional power, like a regional great power to a regional minor power. Why are you saying high progressive? Oh, high progressive says just uncritically believe everything like I do. Ratio. Hi progressive. Nice to see you. How many times a day do I think about the Greeks? Not enough. I feel like leisure died at the agricultural revolution. So lithics, I think that there's some truth to that. And one of the things I would actually note is that one of the reasons the agricultural revolution happened is because we ran out of natural abundance. And that maybe sounds insane, but the human population was slowly incrementing upwards. And one of the pressures, like one of the reasons that people left Africa, we think, is that a combination of climate change and I don't know, I'm forgetting the second factor. So let's just say climate change. Climate change led to a deforestation in northern Africa, which partly led to the modern Saharan desert. Am I wrong? Is this false history? Am I being called out? My understanding is that there was climate change in North Africa. It led to a deforestation, and that led to a reduction of quote unquote natural abundance. That like a lot of people who were able to live in an area and subsist in it just couldn't, because there was not enough food for them. And so they fled, and that led to, like, as population trickled upwards, as populations were forced out of the places, sort of their grazing areas, right? When we were pseudo grazers, when we were hunters and gatherers, that we could subside just by living by hunting and gathering. And we could not do that anymore because our population got above the amount that nature could survive. And so increasingly we could not rely on natural abundance. So yes, leisure ended because more and more work was required, because otherwise people would have died or humanity wouldn't have grown. And given the lack of birth control, it would have been that people were born and then died. So I have a little graph on that, actually. 1 minute. Neolithic. Not that Neolithic. Where the fuck is it? Yeah. Give me that graph. This is not the one I'm looking for. Give me that graph. Still not the one I'm looking for. Yeah. Okay. We've got another inscrutable STL graphic. Okay? We're gonna work it through. Here is an attempt to estimate. I was gonna say we are dangerously far into this stream with no graph. Don't worry, we got a few before. Here is the mean height in centimeters of women and men. And one of the things that you'll notice is that this period here, the Paleolithic, which went to about, say, 12,000 years ago, people were actually the tallest back then in Anatolia, so like modern Turkey. Hunter-gatherers in that region were the tallest, and they actually got shorter in each successive time period. I don't know how to read graphs which depict one line. Imagine each of these is one line. This first one is height of women. Women got shorter as time went on, as they passed through increasingly technologically adept civilizations. And only once we got, I think this is like once you get into like the Romans, did height start to rise again. So I bring this up because one of the underappreciated elements of human history is that we lived a very long time ago in such nice abundance that people were taller than their agricultural descendants. And it took centuries, it took literally thousands of years for modern civilization to get as good at bringing abundance as the natural world with a super small population was. So like, yes, we had a lot of leisure to, as you want, if you want to define it in some way, in the very ancient past, because there was so much shit to eat that we didn't have to work as much. But, and here's the graph that I wanted to show at the bottom. This is the density of people, okay? You'll notice that there was like 0.1 person per square kilometer before the agricultural revolution. We had so few fucking people. This is like as densely populated as I want to say the analogy is like the not even the northern territory of Canada, but like the uninhabited portions of northern Canada have like this many people in them. It is unbearably few. And then agricultural revolution comes, people get like 100 times denser. And we get to the Roman era period, and people are like, again, 3 times denser than the agricultural revolution. This is your stat homework. I'm sorry, Soviet Goose. We were dangerously far into the stream without me explaining inscrutable graphic while everyone leaves the stream. What happened in some of what you're seeing here is the collapse of the Roman Empire. Like unironically, you are seeing this line going down here. The huge decline in density is because people got really, really, really poor after the Romans fell. The Romans were unarguably the richest civilization at the time, and then it collapsed to a period that some estimates of literacy during the Roman Empire were like 1 in 5 people could read, and then it collapsed to the point where we were like back to maybe 1 in 100, something like that. It was really bad. It was really, really, really bad. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I think that this one might be the sea people, and then this one I think might be the slow decline of the Roman Empire. I'm not sure. Let's see. 2000. Nope. Am I wrong? I want to say I might have just been talking out my ass, but I'm pretty sure it might not be this graph, but there's another one which shows the same thing for the decline of the Roman Empire. So I might have been talking about my ass, but another graph. Sorry. The point here is just that density required labor. Like unironically, this will sound dumb. This graphic is Marxist, okay? This graphic outlines why, as the means of people surviving changed, it changed how society works. When people were very few, we could live in abundance and did not have to have like a structured feudalist society. But as people got extremely dense, there became more and more and more systems of control to force people to work. So something material conditions. Yeah, you're right. Somnostatic. Oh, this was not the graph I wanted to show. I think this is where I took it from. Yeah, this is incomprehensible. That's right, high progressive. Material conditions, am I right? Material conditions. I think we can all agree. Material conditions. I mean, come on. Come on. Let's give it up for material conditions. Wait, do I have hypers? Wait, actually, what emojis do I have? Best leftist stream I've ever seen. That's true. This is peak leftism. I made a graph that hates colorblind people. I'm colorblind. I literally can't make out the difference between those colors very well. The reason that I make all my graphs that I have a lot of time to work on red blue is because I can't see the red green very well. I'm literally that was like I made this graphic like 4 years ago. I don't even know if I have the data for it anymore. Oh god, there's so many emojis. Okay, which one of these works best with material conditions? I've got to make a very careful consideration here. Ooh, okay. Can we get some grugs out for material conditions? Hello, Titan Uranus in YouTube chat. I do not think the differences in height were mostly driven by genetics in the ancient past. I think there's good reason to believe they were driven mostly by nutrition. Because we see height fall during famines and we see it rise during non-famines. While it's possible that these very long changes are mostly genetic, given that we know the material well-being also changed, it seems reasonable at least to assume that it's due to changes in consumption of food. It's very important you tell me what the pride flag looks like to you. It's a. I mean, I can see a rainbow. Okay, I'm like medium colorblind. Thoughts on Vosh's dad, Mark? Love him. I think there should be more Marks. In fact, I'm a big fan of Marks. One Mark isn't enough. Nah, he's great. I love that his dad is a shit poster. He unironically got the shit poster gene. I sent the Malady versus Destiny debate in your Discord DMs. Well, so I wanted to do, I actually had a bunch of other stuff lined up. So I might check it tomorrow because if Malady is going to argue some historical shit, I don't have the chops to debate that. If he's going to argue some moral shit and Destiny is going to like say that civilians, I don't know. I don't fucking know what Destiny would say, but based on the clips, it could be fucking anything. Based on my experience of him in the debates versus the clips, it could be literally anything between justifying ethnic cleansing and like justifying the Palestinian Intifada or something. Like, am I going to stream tomorrow? Let's see. Do I have enough to? Maybe. I was going to try and do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I know I always lie and say that. Sorry, I don't lie. I honestly say and then fail because I don't feel prepared. And then I end up just talking to y'all anyway. So Naja Win, there's a clip, and I never looked into whether it was a joke. So like maybe it's a joke, but he's talking about how like maybe ethnic cleansing is the only solution or whatever. Says Destiny, and I don't fucking know. iProgressive says I gotta start streaming again today, someday. Yeah, no, there's a lot of people who are still in like the extended sphere who stopped streaming who are really excellent content creators. You know what you have to do, iProgressive, is you have to steal the song from Demon Mama. I guarantee you that Gayfesh could provide you the raw and make something really good with it. Lithic says that what Destiny said, what I was just referring to like a minute ago, was mostly a joke. He acknowledges that it's an underlying grim possibility. Let's focus viewership on STL for now. That's true. Yeah, high progressive, you can't stream. You have to give me all your viewers. Give me all the attention. Me. I am the material conditions, okay? You do not get to be the material conditions. Yeah, the bathroom song. Delaniac stream when? I mean, if you ever wanted to come on, unironically, it could be fun to talk about, and I would maybe need to pull up some... I mean, we could just talk unstructuredly, but it would be fun to maybe have like a semi-structured discussion about like Cohen or... Actually, I don't know what your specific brand of market socialism is, so I don't even fucking know if we don't completely agree on our hyper-specific market socialist. Are you a based and regulated market socialist pilled, or are you a cringe cooperative market socialist? Let's look back at the elections real quick. Oh, I'm scrolling through the fact sheet. Not gonna get there. Down. Chad is the G.A. Cohen stand. That's true. Everything pales in comparison to his love for G.A. Cohen. Discuss Cohen, Dworkin, and Rawls. Cohen and Rawls would be an interesting comparison because I unironically have not read deeply enough into Cohen, or Rawls actually. You know what? I don't know that I've actually ever sat down and read a Rawls book. I've only ever read like clippings of him. Damn. Sued SDL. Pseudo intellectual SDL. Chad Not Chez says he's not big into cooperatives. He just likes bigness. What is it called again? So, some people argued that the Soviet Union had gigantomania. Because Oh wait, where is it? Because whenever the Soviet Union did stuff, it would do really big stuff. Like Soviet steel factories would be way larger than Japanese steel factories. And the argument was like that's because of like how they approach everything. And this is Chad Not Chud, okay? Chad Not Chud is like, what housing project should I build? I would simply build the Palace of the Soviets. We will build the Tower of Babel, okay? This is the minimum worker demand. In reality, the main reason that gigantomania emerged in the Soviet Union is because central planning had a really, really, really hard time managing small firms. And so they had to make firms larger than is quote unquote optimal. Like everything just had to be big because it made it easier for the central planners to work with. And that also resulted in the late Soviet Union in a bunch of this sounds so like dumb and technical, but a lot of the early big factories were built out of steel and concrete. So it's really hard to tear down steel and concrete. So it's really hard to reorganize your factory. So it's really hard to upgrade your equipment. And so like there was a genuine problem with gigantomania sort of setting in shitty economic policies in the very long run. So it was a skill issue. Quite literally, yes. The Soviet Union was for big boys. That's true. I feel like I should have some propaganda on hand for this. Do I have any posters? 1 minute. Resources, posters. Do I have any big boys in here? Do I have any big boy? Okay, this is not a big boy, but it almost is. No. Okay, I found it. This is the size of the average worker in the Soviet Union, okay? Average, smallest worker in the Soviet Union. Tsar Bomba, Red Palace, submarines, and more. I think that there's also an underappreciated element to which totalitarian or authoritarian countries benefit from the propaganda value of a centralized propaganda system, which benefits from sort of staged places of beauty, like the Red Square. Like, because the Soviet Union had one television network that loved to show footage from Red Square, that loved to show, like, say, the parades on Red Square, they benefit more from a big square in the middle of the city than does, say, like the United States, because we almost never even do military parades. I think the last one we had was after the Gulf War. And that's good, right? I want a society, like, unironically, the US does a ton of evil, terrible stuff, but why should we have like a big military propaganda procession? I don't want all the news to be covering that. That's a big waste of fucking time. There's important issues in the world, not please show the camera the big tanks moving, right? Yeah, Chad says, why does every Cryptic Cole asks, why does every Soviet propaganda poster hit so hard? Socialist, okay, my most tanky opinion, that's not true. Top 5 most tanky opinion is that socialist realism sucks, but slightly modified socialist realism is the most beautiful shit. Okay, so this shit sucks. Okay, it looks like Adolf Hitler's drawings. It's trying to be too realistic. It's cringe. It's like, oh, Stalin's so beautiful. Nope, that's cringe. That's disgusting. But look at stuff like this, where it's like a sort of 2D version. This goes unimaginably hard because it's stylized. Stylized socialist realism goes unimaginably hard. In fact, that Lenin example we had earlier is a great example of this. Where you start with like some of the themes of socialist realism, but instead you have this big striking, it's just a red, right? Lenin is just red. This stuff, so good, so good. I think even my fucking Twitter banner is an example. This only shows you a little clip of it. Do I have it? Where is it? Industry. Nope. Okay, I can't find it. Damn it. The point is that this was under Mao's China, there were a lot of rules that you had to follow, like socialist realism type art. And This was socialist realist styled. Sorry, this was socialist realism as like the base, but styled like traditional Chinese paintings, and it works out. It's this beautiful mesh. I don't know how else to describe this as but like I think it's some of the beauty that you get when you like mesh together art styles. Yeah, this shit rocks. Okay, this is I forget what the name of it, but it's titled like industry study in like Chongqing or something. I don't remember the city. I don't think it's Shanghai. Where is it? Anyway, this shit rocks. Okay, big socialist realism fan. It's like an RPG pause screen that I've never played. Feeling some hauntology right now. Yeah. Something about it, I think okay, I'm convinced it's because it captures the idea of something very, very well. It's somewhere between abstract art and real. It's something about the mixture. Okay, you know what I think it is? I think it's like this sort of, it's a positive uncanny valley. Abstract art often ends up being so abstract. Like what's an example? Here, I don't know if I can look this up. I totally forget the name of this. Yeah, beat the whites with the red wedge. It's a great example of art that is like too abstract, right? Because this shit rocks. I love this poster, but it doesn't give you like a lasting, eternal feeling of like progress or some utopian goal or whatever. It just sort of exists in a really cool way. I'm not insulting this. I'm saying that this is like this specific picture is like one of my top 1,000 favorite pieces of graphical art. Because it looks great. No, Tyrannax nailed it. It looks great, but I don't know what the fuck it conveys, right? The meaning here is like so buried, and something about getting in between there, like the halfway between abstract and portraying of people is so good about it's like you get pure meaning. Okay. Okay. Enough rambling. Do you like the CIA funded Jackson Pollock? I've like personally, abstract art's art, whatever. I don't care to define art. I really dislike a lot of abstract art simply because I'm such a simp for art with very clear meaning. I love stories that have a moral to tell and are trying to tell it in a funny or narrative driven way. Or I don't know. Maybe that's not quite right. Najawin says big fan of Pollock. Another L for Najawin. Lajawin. Give me a colored wall. I'll eat that shit up. I love y'all. I love that I can have 56 people watching. That reminds me, y'all should like the stream. I love that I can have 56 people fucking watching, and we're talking about socialist realism as compared with Jackson Pollock. I love my stupid, beautiful little community of insane nerds. Do I love Guernica? I actually was thinking about that recently. I probably totally just murdered that name. I was thinking about this painting recently because it was drawn in response to one of the first quote-unquote terror bombings in human history, meaning the first air assault on a primarily civilian location. Am I a futurism fan? Some futurism rocks and some futurism sucks. Okay, before we get off Guernica, this is a painting of the first terror bombing by Nazi aircraft of a Spanish city. And I've been thinking about it a lot because I was thinking about repeatedly, conservatives talking about Israel and Palestine have used Dresden to justify the crimes of Israel. And the reason I bring that up is Guernica was, I want to say, what was it, 1936? 37? Yeah, 37. This was 37. This was only, what, 7 years before Dresden, right? This was not even a decade before Dresden. Guernica received near international condemnation. This bombing, the bombing of people by the Nazis, received like just headline after headline after headline in the Western press. But by the time that Dresden rolled around, by the time the British had been at war for a few years, they were totally on board with bombing civilians. And they did. In Dresden, something like 25,000 people died because the British decided, hey, we're not going to bomb factories, we're just going to bomb the city center. And I've been thinking about that a lot because we started with this piece of art, right? We didn't start literally with this piece of art. We started with something so terrible it inspired this beauty. And within 7 years, we had so quickly normalized terror bombing that the British were doing it themselves, right? So yeah, I've been thinking about this painting. It's been on my mind, actually. Because the parallel with Israel is obvious, right? That, however, even if you believe that Israel started humanitarian, which I don't, but even if you believe that Israel started humanitarian, of course they dehumanize their enemies, and of course each step of dehumanization leads to more violent actions taken against them, and of course because now you've justified those actions, they become normal to you. And so now we're to the point where we live in a country where Israel was able to get away with like shooting civilians during a peaceful protest. So of course they're going to do insane shit nowadays. Of course they're going to push the rules of law of war. Of course they're going to bomb like infrastructure near civilians. Yeah. Do you think bombing factories is justified if civilians work at them? So I don't have a well elaborated theory of just war or anything. Why is everyone saying Guernica? Oh, because someone asked about it. Sorry, I didn't know if I was mispronouncing it again. I think I pronounced it both Guernica and Guernica and Guernica. So I'm sure I fucked it up. But okay, you know what? I should pivot back to the election. We're going to be on this all day. It's been a real process to watch dehumanization in Israel. Actually, you know what? One last thing while we're on that. We will talk about Israel later, but I was working on some graphs. How do I export these real quick? Save. What's the name for this? That. I promise I'm pulling up graphs. Okay, I'm doing very serious graph work. Here are something I've been trying to follow well over the course of the Israeli bombing of. That's what we're here for. Everyone joins in. Graphs. I have been trying to assess how support for Israel and Palestine has changed over time. So this is YouGov, but I've been collecting a bunch of pollsters. I'm hoping to aggregate them all. I have the data. I need to format it. Oh god, and this line's all fucked up. Okay, well the line should be in a different spot, but let me show you this one where the line's right in the first spot. I have been pleasantly surprised to see that. Yeah, this line's fucked up too. Is it? No, this one's right. Wait, there should be more. Oh, because it's the wrong graph. Okay. I'm fucking up so bad. Where is the right one? Where did it save? Did it not save? Port YouGov. Okay, there we go. Okay. Sorry, we're messing up. I promise there's a point to the madness. Here is a graph in YouGov. This is one of the prettiest graphs. This is a beautiful graph. Okay, this graph. Okay, you know what? We can talk about the graph in a minute. Let's go to the conclusion. Support for Palestinians is actually higher in YouGov than it was before the attacks. So the line is in the wrong spot because of an indexing problem. But if the line were here, where I have my mouse, immediately after the attack, you see like right next to the like crosshair, support for Israel went up by about 10 to 15 points. But support for Palestine initially fell in a bunch of groups, but it's back to what it used to be. And support for Israelis is still higher than it was among the general public. What I wanted to note as like a point of positive movement is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This right here, this point, is when the attack happened. And you see that among Democrats, this top one's among Democrats, that support for Palestinians in blue fell dramatically. Support for Palestinians was something like 20% among Democrats before the attack. And it fell in the next 2 weeks to about 5%. 15% loss. When I found, this is about when I started the project, I was terrified because of this. I was like, oh my God, we might have, support for the Palestinian movement is like dead. This took a decade to get to this level of support. I was terrified. But as Israel's bombing has gone on, as people have kept posting, as news coverage has shifted about it, as like even Biden has been forced to change his tune, support went back up. In fact, it's higher now. Support for Palestinians is higher than it was before the attack. So I just want to say that's among Dems. Overall, it's a worse picture. Israel has more support than it did before the war. But I guess all I was trying to say is like, for those of you who've been Palestine posting, like it's been making effect. People's opinions are not immovable. There has been a real change in people's opinions. And I know this is very boring, so sorry for all that, but like this graph is actually to me a very large summary of hope. The way you should read this graph, Roxy, you need to zoom in the y-axis to better see the effect size. Zoom in the y-axis. I actually strongly disagree. Okay, let's talk about graph theory. Yeah, conservatives are fucked. Yeah. Support for Israel among Republicans, basically regardless of whether there's an attack. The way this graph works is it shows you net support. The theory behind this graph is that the top would be every single person supporting Palestine, the bottom would be every single person supporting Israel, and Republicans are consistently in the 80 to 60% like net support for Israel range. That's what it's showing here. And conversely, up here, what you see is that support for Palestinians rarely breached like above getting 40% approval if you evenly divide people who are on both sides. But we're back up there immediately now. Like, we're as good as it ever was on support for Palestinians, among Democrats anyway. White is not necessarily bad. I agree, white is not necessarily bad. That's actually why I tried to do this design. SDLs, like, let me show you one graph. Yeah, okay, the reason why I like this graph design is because zooming in lets you mistake small changes for large ones. This one, okay, so let me show you an example where there is actually an enormous change over time, because part of the point of this graph design is to show that the changes are actually pretty small. Let me show you one where there's a huge change and it's obvious. Taiwan. So in Taiwan, over the past 2 decades, there has been a sea change in support for whether they identify as a Taiwanese person, a Chinese person, or both. So again, the design here is pretty simple. The red is Chinese, the white is both Taiwanese and Japanese, and the blue is Taiwanese. You call this graph theory? Oh my God. Okay, grammar of graphic theory. What you'll notice here is that the net support for what you note is that it goes up this bottom period to around, from starting around say minus 60% to around minus 20%. This very easily lets you see a sea change in Chinese opinion. I'm sorry, in Taiwanese opinion about whether they identify as Chinese. The numbers really help here. Yeah, no. This graph format, when zoomed in, is really, really good. It's bad for that. That's called a facet plot. So I need to rethink that. But yeah, this shows there's been a sea change from something like 40% of people supporting their identity as either both Taiwanese or Chinese, or over here, it's 80%. 4 in 5 people in Taiwan say they're either Taiwanese only or Chinese and Taiwanese. Yes, graph theory is not this. I know it's related to edges and nodes, and I will never learn it. I refuse to learn it. I'm ungraphed, okay? The only graph I will never observe. Someone's correcting my pronunciation in YouTube chat. A bit late. Yeah, that's right. I'm edging nodes. Okay. Elections. Isn't the y-axis misleading since it's half of both plus just one of them? So I actually, okay, final thing on the graphs. Roxy, the reason why I do this is because let's say you wanted to show support for a cause. If someone says that they believe in both causes, you could either exclude them, remove them from the graph, extra graph content. Let's say that your goal is to try and analyze where like the net support has shifted. The question is, what do you do with people who don't fit cleanly into one side? Like, think of this as like Democrat and Republican or something. If someone said they're a Democrat, it's pretty clear that you put them on like one side or whatever. If someone said they're a Republican, you put them on the other side. But what do you do about people who are in the middle? And my answer is divide them in two. Assume that in the middle means equally divided between both sides, because that's what they said, right? They said, I am equally divided between both sides. In this case, they said, I am both Taiwanese and Chinese. That doesn't mean that they're saying equally, right? I can't assume that per se, but in general, it's like a fairly safe assumption that the in-between option is some mixture of the two. So I set that one to be along the 0 line. So it's evenly divided top and bottom. That's what this graph is trying to get across, right? You can see that more clearly in, okay, time to save another graph. This one. Again, the line is fucked up. Ignore the line. And this one doesn't have the numbers yet. But the idea here is, let's say you have Palestinians, top, equal, middle, Israeli 0, equal is centered along 0, right? So that I divide it half top and half bottom. This is actually a really cool graph once I took a second to look at it. I really like this design. I saw Pew Research do it first, and I had to steal it. It's a really good idea. Higher the top is equals more support, including the boths. That's the idea. Is basically the question of how do you not ignore people who are ambivalent? And maybe I need to explain that. That's actually a good idea. You know what? Let me make a note of this, that I need to think of a good way of explaining this graph in like 2 sentences. Explain. I don't even have a name for this type of graph. I don't even know. I just do this, but I don't know what the name for it is. Explain 0 centered R sentence audience. Okay. Orthodox Marxism graph. So true. Graph it twice from 0. That's disgusting. And you'd have to graph it 3 times. You'd have to graph it for support for A, support for B, support for C, because the point of this graph is to try and give you, instead of just giving you the percent that support A, the percent that support B, and the percent that support C, is to try and give you the average position of the population and to show you that over time visually, because you can see as it goes up, that means less support. As it goes up, that means more support. Like, it's to give you a visual idea of that shift. I don't know. I do wonder if this one's actually better. Okay, whatever. Okay, we have to get out of this. I have to do something else. I can't. make the white twice as big so the y-axis gives you total support for the side? What? If you doubled it, that would just make the neutral seem twice as large. Okay, elections. So far, according to the DSA sheet, 30 DSA wins. That actually means that DSA has already won a majority of its elections. Oh my god. 30, I guess it's not, 49%. Let's see the good one, the important ones. City council, ooh! Okay, so these are a few of the important ones. If DSA wins all of its elections on the Minneapolis City Council, then we will represent 40% of the Minneapolis City Council. And the rest are all Dems. So there's a very high likelihood that if we do so, and we go from 3 incumbents to 5, that we could make or break basically any policy. So that's pretty good. Duluth Council, ooh, that's not good. If we had won all 3 of these, we actually would have made up a majority. DSAers would have made up a majority of Duluth City Council members. That sucks. We were this close to the first city council controlled by DSA members in the country. That's too bad. These losses hurt. So even though it's only 5, these are some big ones. Minnesota State, Dems stay winning. Yeah, I will say Duluth and Minneapolis, the Dems there are like objectively better than Dems in a lot of states, but DSAers are usually better. The only area where like DSAers can be worse than Dems is like maybe housing and YIMBYism or whatever. And on that one, it's often a toss-up too, because a lot of centrist Dems are very, very, very NIMBY. It's like a toss-up as to whether they are like in bed with homeowners or they're in bed with developers or whatever. And I'd much prefer they were in bed with developers, but it's just a whatever. It's a toss-up. The city would secede and become a sovereign country. I don't think they would. The DSA electeds are overwhelmingly sane. Every single DSA elected that spoke on Israel-Palestine at the national level put out really excellent statements, like condemned Hamas, pointed to the root causes of apartheid, etc. Any Arizona candidates? No. There's one in Utah. They're going to lose. This one, there's no way this one wins. Nope. That's good. All of the New York City councilors, who are all incumbents, they all won. That's good. Tlaib has been batshit? Absolutely not. She has not been. The only objectionable thing that you could argue that she said is from the Palestine shall be free, from the river to the sea. And she has made so explicitly clear that when she says it as a progressive socialist, she is demanding an egalitarian solution where everyone is valued and everyone is free from the river to the sea, not like the elimination of Jewish people. This is like where you distract the teacher so they don't give you homework. We're no longer talking about graphs, we're talking about DSA. Tlaib has been megabase. I would agree. Very, very, very strong messaging. Danny Doe says, from the river to the sea is a fine statement from an Israeli who should have went to sleep. You were supposed to be protesting out there. Thank you so much for your work. And thank you for following along on the stream, Danny Doe, if you're heading to bed. Najawin says she kept saying the hospital was bombed by the IDF after it was disproven. Okay, what I've tried to argue there is that I wish people would own up and take their accountability for like promoting mistakes. However, the point that I tried to give is that like at the time there were so many heuristic reasons to believe that it was an Israeli bomb. And I think it's fair maybe to like say that's an L, but if that's the extent of Tlaib's L is promoting misinformation, then like compared to the average like mainstream media channel, she's doing all right. It has been so easy to find mainstream media just blindly repeating whatever is said by the Israeli Defense Ministry for like weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. I should read the Jacobin article. Ooh, I didn't know you'd written one. I will have to check it out. Could you DM it to me possibly? Because I will totally forget it here. St. Paulite here. Looks like DSA candidates for wards 5 and 6 are winning as of now with over 50% reporting. That's really good. So that would be... I actually don't know how many DSAers there are on the St. Paul Council. Allegheny lost. That's not good for Pennsylvania, I guess. But we don't know how well they were doing. Because these were local races. Philadelphia City Council. Where's the other Philadelphia? No data. Okay. There's a Supreme Court hearing. You did DM it a week ago? Okay, well then that's my bad. DM me again and I'll 80% chance read it. I'm sorry. 20% chance I'll forget about it again. Sorry. Danny Rizzo says, there's a Supreme Court hearing on the protest ban here, so we might have more action soon if it goes positively. Or even if it doesn't, it could only stay dormant so long. You know, it was so crazy to me to watch in the early stages of the... Actually, you know what? We should just talk about that next. We should go over elections real briefly and then talk about that next, because I do have a few things about Israel-Palestine from the United States relevant to that. Okay, let's look at Colorado. Good and good. Okay. I'm mixed about Proposition HH. It's both egalitarian and anti-egalitarian, so whatever. The DSA literally said that they don't have an opinion on it. They just said that it's probably going to win because the Dems support it. So I'm glad to see that we've got regime-pilled Colorado voting in line with the Colorado Democratic Party. But not an objectively great bill. This is nice to see, I guess. 2/3 of people voting to send cigarette taxes to preschool. That's great. I think more cigarettes should go to preschool. We have Kentucky elections. Very nice to see it. So with over 95% of votes in, says New York Times, 52.5 to 47%. So that means 5% victory margin, which is 10 times what Bashir had in his previous election against a Republican. Tlaib is the best squad member, and then maybe Omar. I think by their voting record, I think that's correct, but they're all really high up there. Like everyone from Tlaib, Omar, AOC, down to people like even to people like Frost or whatever, who is like almost... Frost is like a Zionist, but there's like the good Democrats, and it's like 20% of them, and then it's just like a shit ton of like, it's just the rest. It's like the squad who are like decent. It's like the semi okay Dems, and there's like 20 of them, and then there's just the rest of the Dems, and they're crap. It's a whole difference of magnitude. Purple Kentucky. Okay, what would be the name for Purple Kentucky? Perpucky? Pertucky? Perplucky? Well, it's definitely not going purple, but it is willing to vote for a good Democrat governor. Perptucky. Kerple? We are not calling it Kerple. This is absolutely not the Kerpling of Kentucky. Roxy says Omar is a socialist. It's Ayanna Pressley who's not. Omar is questionable because the only link that I could find for her identifying as a socialist is when I believe Jacobin got permission from one of her staffers to call her Democratic Socialist. But that's it. Like she's never given a speech. Am I thinking of the right person? My understanding is that Omar has never said, like, hey, I'm a socialist or I'm an anti-capitalist or whatever. She's just, like, occasionally allowed it to be said around her. Kerpuckly. The most accurate name because it has 3 Ks. Oh my god, dog. Maine. Yep. Maine voters overwhelmingly say, yep, that's the socialism button right there. Not pressing it. God damn it. Man, and it's even worse because question 1 was explicitly the like shit on question 3. Was they explicitly shit on the socialism button? We'll have to try. I think the route forward is going to have to be don't try and nationalize the companies. It's got to be just try and set up a public utility first, like New York did with Build Public Renewables Act. We failed. Oh my god, this is sad, but like this is really sad. This would have been really cool, and other states would have copied it if it worked. But we'll live. Ooh, that's nice to see. The automotive right to repair. I didn't mention this one because it was certain to win. This is really cool to see. Yeah, setting up a public utility and then switching to it over time. I think that's the most likely path forward. Soviet Goose says, as someone who lives in Maine, I know why this happened. I'm gonna ask. I know like maybe half a dozen people in Maine, in DSA, and I'll get some report backs. But if you have any, that's it. Communism fails. If you have any information, happy to hear it. Man, okay, Maine exuding some Hitler particles. I thought question 8 was going to be a no-brainer. It was to give the vote to people who had a mental illness that placed them under guardianship. And Maine voted 54%. Majority of Mainers voted not to give people in guardianship voting rights. New Jersey. That's actually kind of interesting. Because in wait, this is the GA, right? Is this what's the Senate? Is it a different one? God damn it. All right. New Jersey Senate. Let's see. 25, 15. 18, 9. Could be one more. All right, we don't know. Soviet Goose is reporting back on the Maine failure. They say the ads against question 3 were so good at fear mongering, and there was no campaigning for question 3. So I've heard that the amount of spending by the pro question 3, which means the pro press the socialism button and make a public consumer run utility, that they had something like $500,000, and the opponents had something like $15 million or $30 million. Like, not just an order of magnitude more, but something like 2 orders of magnitude more. It is pretty sad, is all I'm gonna say. It's very much a sign of how much money can affect politics. Unsurprisingly, Mississippi has elected a Republican governor. Yes, Ohio has legal weed and legal abortion. Who wants the perp Tucky 8? Chad, what is wrong with you? Also, are you like 2 minutes behind stream? No purple sippy. I hate this. I hate this so much. Order of magnitude is such a metal term. I think in this case, I'm literally correct. That 60... Yeah, like roughly 2 orders of magnitude. If you rounded it up, that'd be 100. So don't judge us, Sock. We will revolt. What are you gonna do? Not like the stream? I guess that would actually hurt me. Speaking of that, time to like the stream. If you love this intense election coverage, this high stakes coverage of an election that's already been decided, and gesticulating wildly as to what it might implicate for the next election, then like the stream, because that gets more people in the chat, and we love to see it when socialism gets big views. Cincinnati's voting to sell off their railroad. Oh shit, that sucks. That one hasn't been covered on here, I don't think. Okay, buddy, done left is on the horizon. I would hate to see what memes people would make about me. Wild ride election coverage. That's right. This is a wild ride. You can only get this level of intense election coverage here at the SDL chat. I was actually surprised to see that. Okay, time to hate on my fellow leftist streamers. I was surprised to see that neither Vanch. Wait, was he live earlier today? Am I going insane? Let me check the VODs. Let me make sure I'm not slandering. Yeah. Vanch, not live today, okay? Not live. Failing his duty. Vanch called out. Varch has been failing the people's duty to report on elections, okay? Disgusting. Failed streamer. Fallen Titan. Vosh has not streamed for a bit. He's playing Factorio or some shit. Well, that's understandable. Vlonk is weak. We must move on from him. That's not even, we don't even have the aw or the sh in that one. That's just beginning with V. It's literally just anything starting with V. And then I was just surprised to see that of the streamers that were streaming today, I don't think there was almost any election coverage. So not trying to be too hard on people, because I know this is boring, but and maybe it doesn't bring the viewers. I know that we could be maybe covering something more biting, like how feminism is super cool. Vachi is cringe. But I don't know. I think this is important to bring home, because I constantly try and argue that there's an obligation to vote for the leftmost viable option. I have to show you whether that's actually working. And in the DSA elections, I don't know, pretty hopeful. Even if we lost every single election that's still to be determined, DSA would have had a better run than it usually does, is my understanding. Another DSA gain. Danny Doe, are you? Oh no, you wouldn't be in the chat. Danny Doe, you should DM me about that, because if you're covering stuff like that, I know who you should get in contact with. I'm super hyped. We got weed and abortions at the same time. That's right. You could go to an abortion clinic now in Ohio, stoned off your head, and get an abortion. That's freedom. Yeah, she can't be a DSA member because she's not an asshole. That's what the A stands for. Hee. Covering what? I'm not following. If you are interested in checking for DSA wins and losses, there's someone who's very interested in that information in a timely manner. Perhaps the person who's updating the sheet. And so just if you want to be able to DM them and stuff, I can get you in contact. That's all. Douchebag, scum, fuck, asshole, DSA. That's true. That's what it stands for.
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
God, that's so loud. Oh my god. Thank you so fucking much. Okay, I need to figure out how this feed works. Jazor gifted 3 tier 1 subscriptions with Yee as the emote and only message. If you have anything else you want to add to that, I'd be happy to hear it. God, that's such an old message too. The wake up liberal. Thank you for the Yee, Jazor. Yeah, thank you. I mean, unironically, thank you so much. It's actually been really neat to see that as I've streamed, the names have gotten oranger and oranger. And I know that's really stupid. I shouldn't say that's stupid. I know that's really trite or low key or not that important seeming. But seeing more and more people who are, I guess, supporting me. Odd to say that. That's actually really fucking cool. It's incredible, actually. So thank you so much for that. The whole chat was gray the last time I was here. Yeah, unironically. It's actually really neat. I don't know how to feel about it. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Good to be streaming again. Good to have a whole bunch of people who are willing to listen to me rant and just fucking say the most insane shit about graphs and stick around for hours, okay? Love to have the most autistic community on the planet. The strongest soldiers of Voshian socialism. Soviet Goose is talking about question 3. Did I miss it? Let me scroll up in chat. Soviet Goose. Oh, you forgot something. Okay, you're going to post it in a second. Yeah, no. You were talking about the funding. The funding on question 3 was abysmal. It is such a good example of how money affects politics. Color revolution.
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
Oh, Tempest has donated. Jump scare donation. Honestly, the donation paid image should be more graphs. Okay, I could do that pretty easily. Look, we've already got the GIF ready.
Look at this graph.
We've already got everything we need. So, oh my god, Somniostatic said something that is insane. He's just like me for real, for real. Perfection. Was that Soviet Goose saying something again? Or did I just miss it? Soviet Goose, question 3, no. Najwa, all I would say is that I think the amount of fake news promoted by Tlaib is like very much on average for the average congressperson. Like, I think the argument that like, oh, they should be removed for that is absurd. Especially because, in my view, she's one of the very few Democrats who's willing to take a principled stance on this issue and say, like to be honest, you even Najwa, you are like much more moderate than I am on this issue. But even you say that Israel may be skirting war crimes, stuff like that, right? And getting anyone in government to say that, like any Democrat, has been so fucking hard. Only like 1/4 of Democrats have been willing to even like talk about ceasefire. It is insane how hard it is to get people to say stuff like war crime with respect to Israel. Even to skirt around it like you do. Not trying to demean it too much. Just like, I don't know. I think it's important, even if it's not perfect, to bring that into the conversation. Soviet Goose says, all of our Dems are against question 3 in Maine. Maine is a very centrist state, and there's almost no real left-wing politics in Maine. It's quite cringe, and we have all the conservative Dems. Yeah, Maine is very much a purple state. It often sends... I'm just trying to agree with you. That Maine is not like a left-wing bastion, so... I think that's why this question I was surprised actually to see this question on the ballot, because it's radical. I would have expected this question to be on the ballot in like maybe California, which is also is led by a bunch of insane centrist Dems too, like Newsom. But I would have expected it somewhere much bluer. That's all. Chat, make a purple pun for pain. Just call it pain. Yeah, I love purple pain. Purple-fornia. Okay, here's the DSA graph. Someone asked about it, the DSA chart. And then we have Texas. Okay, that's not as good as I would have hoped, but not terrible, actually. Whitmire only did about 4 points better than Jackson Lee, which is about what we were expecting. So there's a good chance that this conservative Dem becomes the mayor of Houston. But if Jackson can...
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
Unify the liberal vote behind her, there's a chance she could win. Chad Not Chud donated $5. More graphs. Thank you so much, Chad Not Chud. Oh my god. And do not ask for more graphs. I see y'all frothing over actual coverage, okay? When I start talking about graphs, okay, the chat goes from like 5 messages a second about quantum theory to 1 second about color theory, okay? Huge downgrade. Huge downgrade. That's a pretty large gap. 4 points is a large gap, but it's about what we were expecting. So all I was trying to say is this is not worse than expected. Let's look at the propositions. Oh wow, 80% for Jesus. I don't think I went into the details on the Texas one. Yeah, there's a few losses here and a few wins. I don't know that you can take anything from this in terms of the national environment. Proposition A wasn't clearly politicized. Proposition 2 also not politicized. Proposition 3 is disappointing. That 70% of Texans voted against the possibility of imposing a wealth tax, but wealth taxes are very unpopular. So, like, the reason why the Maine stuff was so not hurtful. The Maine why it was so disappointing is because Maine so far has 70% opposed to the public energy utility, which is the same ratio as opposition to a wealth tax in Texas. Texas is like way redder than Maine, and a wealth tax is like in some ways more radical than national electricity utilities. Like a lot of countries have national electricity utilities. I had to edit a 2-hour Gaza video today. This is hopium for me. Yeah, I mean, I have actually been pleasantly surprised to see. I was surprised to see Bashir win. I was worried it was going to be like a red wave moment, but instead it seems like leaning the other direction. Proposition 5 passing is actually really good. I have to read you all something about Proposition 5. So in short, what it did is it gave some money from the state surplus fund to Texas universities. And conservatives hated this one. Here is True Texas Project, basically libertarians. Proposition 5, vote against because it's additional funds for leftist research. In their fuller statement, that libertarian said, we already fund higher education by billions each year, and they've become leftist indoctrination meccas. I love that they're fucking scoping and seething. Gender experiments. And another one that they're really mad about. So, Proposition 6, this is how the libertarians describe Proposition 6, and I just want you to hear this, and I'll describe what it actually is. Socialistic, government-owned water project. This fund is socialistic and government ownership of the means of production. All that this one does, literally all that Proposition 6 does, is create a fund which distributes some money to rural and poor communities to help them fund like pipe upgrades. I without exaggerating, like that's it. And even worse than that, it can also give money to private companies for fracking. So like, socialism is when you upgrade the lead pipes, and the more lead pipes you upgrade, the socialister it is. And when you upgrade all of the lead pipes, that's communism, baby. Anyway, Texas has voted 77% to do socialistic control of the means of production. Comrade Texas, Comrade Texas, voting for the socialistic control of the means of water production. Literal sewer socialism, like the non-exaggeratory sewer socialism. The people's led. Prop 7, it sucks to see this one win. It's just money for gas utilities. It's not actually going to build out renewable energy. It's just they were like, we need a reliable grid that can run. For those of you who don't remember, For those of you who don't remember, in Austin, in the past 2 years, when winter has rolled around and when summer has rolled around, the power grid has strained. In the winter, I want to say that half a dozen people died because the power grid failed and Austin froze. Cities just froze and people got no electricity. So if their heat wasn't coming in, and a lot of gas pipes stopped working, so they couldn't get heat through gas. People like went into their cars and turned on the heaters to survive. My ex Merrick, she and her partner literally like burned wood. They had like old furniture and stuff, and they burned wood to survive. It's actually fucking insane. And you know what we did? Nothing. We did jack shit. We didn't invest in upgrading our pipes. We didn't invest in upgrading our transmission. We didn't invest in upgrading our plants. All we're doing with this fund is buying some more gas power plants. That's it. So Texas is like, people died because we didn't have a weatherproofed infrastructure for power distribution. I guess we should build some gas power plants. Fuck me, dog. Least corrupt oil state. This one's actually very good to see. This one it's basically gives it's a fund which would help pay for people who can't afford internet, so to get high speed internet, and it has a particular focus on rural communities and poor communities. What did I say? I actually don't know what problematic thing I said. Sorry. This is actually very nice to see, and I'm glad to see that it passed by so much. Yeah, I don't know. Some good and some bad in here. Not really clear what the overall direction is. Texas embraced socialism and embraced gas power by like 70%. Broadband in 2023? You'd be surprised. There was a really good graph on this. This was in 2021. Where is it? This is Pew's data on broadband connections. It's not great. And a lot of the places that it hasn't reached are poor rural communities. It sort of follows the slow electrification of rural communities until FDR got in and the government kicked its ass into gear and built all the power lines out to the middle of nowhere. FDR said that liberalism means the electrification of the country and Democratic Party power. And so he built out the power lines. What do we think about postal internet? I am a huge fan of municipal internet. If I have any critique of the broadband fund here, is that it is a neoliberal solution to a real problem. And I'm not trying to say that in like neoliberal equals bad. I'm saying that its solution is subsidize internet for poor people rather than creating public-owned electricity, but public-owned internet, and running that as a utility. Which a lot of cities have actually done successfully. There are something like 50 cities across the states that have public-owned utility at broadband speeds at costs below that of commercial. Neoliberal does equal bad. I'm just trying to clarify. I'm saying neoliberal in the sense that it is literally a market-based, subsidy-based solution to a problem that could be resolved by building up the wealth of the people and public wealth, as opposed to taking public wealth and giving it off to private. Okay, I gotta look at the clip. What did I say? Me, dog. Fuck me, dog. Jesus Christ. Soviet Goose added one last thing. Quote, I think if question 3, this is in Maine on the press the socialism button for power. If question 3 was more funded, people would have voted for it because everyone I've ever met in Maine hates the power company. Every time there's a power outage, it takes them 3 days to get their shit together. Something that drove me up the wall This will sound unrelated, but sec. I just want to give an idea of like where the money is in politics. So sometimes you'll hear conservatives talk about like big unions or woke capital or whatever. This is one very specific industry, the Automobile Dealer Association. This isn't people who make cars. This isn't even people who drive cars. This is the people who own the lots where they sell you the cars, right? Their organization, the NADA, has a $90 million budget. For reference, DSA, which has a membership of 55,000 dues paying members and something like 75,000 people who were dues paying in the last year, we have a budget of $6 million. So I just wanted to bring up that like there is so much money on the side of capital. And I'm not trying, like, this is not a conspiratorial thing. It's not that the financiers are, what was it that the anti-feminist lady said, that they're inserting propaganda into society? No, they just have money. They run ads. Like, they just pay for favorable coverage. It's a structural is the right word for it. It is a structural difference in the ability to access cultural production. The means by which you produce like cultural works that people see and affects their minds. They have 165 employees. Oh my god. What I would Minecraft to get that level of employership for a left organization. Oh my god. Fudge Smith is suggesting Maoism, but for car dealerships. Unironically, one of the tactical things the left should do, one of the things that Musk is completely right about, that Elon Musk is completely right about, is that these are overwhelmingly middlemen who add no value or very little value to the product. And one of the ways they're able to maintain so much money is because they have a monopoly. In some states, it is illegal to buy a car directly from the seller. And as a result, that means that dealers have a pseudo monopoly on buying cars. So they get to do all the markup they want within some limits of competition. And as an aside, these are I picked this one in particular as well because this group is one of the most Republican groups in the country. They are like one of the most conservative groups, and the reason is because they are the prototypical petite bourgeois, where they produce nothing of value. They just sell you something that someone else made at a markup. So they aren't manufacturers, right? Their workers are often working on, like, their workers aren't even like the usual class of workers, of people who have to work for a wage. They're working on commission. They're still working class, but like slightly different kind. And they're rich as fuck. These are the rich petite bourgeois, overwhelmingly. They hate the shift to electric cars and are resisting it with all their might. Yep. One of the other things that this group is involved in is trying to, well, whatever, moving away from the NADA. All I would try and say is that, like, trying to break up middlemen like this would unironically move the country left, because the petite bourgeois are like the number one strongest warrior of the Republican Party. Thank you for watching, Chad. I hope you had a great evening. I'd be happy to talk with you about G.A. Cohen, or I don't actually know. Again, I'd be happy to talk about your specific brand of socialism and why you think that every company should be 100 million employees large. Why you think that every factory should be 6 stories tall. Najuan says, hey, I'm a Democrat. I'm not trying to be clear. Like, when I say the petite bourgeois, I feel like I'm getting into like Marxist weeds with that one. Small business people tend to be Republican because their class interests are very, very, very strongly Republican. They are a rich individual who owns a business, and so they therefore want workers to have weaker protection, and they want lower taxes. But large firms can have somewhat different incentives because, like, oftentimes they're already unionized. Oftentimes, they are reliant on, like, government subsidies, for example, in a way that they aren't. But the automobile dealers in particular are, like, the unique combination of not only are they petit bourgeois, but they're reliant on a shitty conservative government carve-out. This is your reminder that everyone in the US is actually a member of the petit bourgeois. Without getting into the details, you could argue that's okay. Naja Win endorses labor aristocracy theory. So true. Anyway, all this was to say, Texas Broadband Infrastructure Fund is good. Okay, what else? Virginia. Do we have any data on Virginia? This looks pretty good. Well, I shouldn't say that it looks that good. It was a really bad election last time, so doing as well as the last election is not particularly good. It was very slight margin Dem before. Looks like it will be very slight margin Dem before. Well, it's not a Democratic wave, baby. This is a this indicates maybe a slight Democratic shift. How are the abortion measures going? Ohio voted to legalize abortion and voted to legalize weed. All right, and DSA updates. Oh my God, 37-7, and 2-1, 39-8. Jesus Christ, this is insanely good. Ohio, yeah. Is that just a Vosh thing? What is that? I've never looked into it. I know I've heard it elsewhere, but the only person I still hear it anymore is Vosh. Yes, it's just Vosh. I know it was like a broader cultural thing at some point, but I'm pretty sure it's just Vosh. He's the sole one carrying the Gyat flame forward. Danica Rome one? Not on this list. 30th district. That sounds great, I think. Vosh loves that saying. He's not having a great year. We can't take it away from him. Even if every unannounced race was lost, this would still be a 2/3 rate for DSA. So, I don't know. That's good. I think everything we've seen today is lightly hopeful for Democrats. Econoboy says, how many of these were incumbents? Let's check. Let's instead of doing that, let's just do. And looks like every incumbent has won, and the non-incumbents have 1 in 3 or 1 in 2 rate so far. Yeah, that's about what you'd expect. I mean, that's actually a good sign. Progressives aren't getting primaried out. Even DSAers aren't even getting primaried out. And we're winning newly half of the races. That's actually, like, this is what I've seen before. Once a DSAer gets in, very hard to unseat. Insanely good to see. All right, I wanted to talk briefly about the UAW. You know, I should do it like this. I should. Good night, Fudge Smith. Heading to bed. All right, thank you for coming. We love to see our stream attendees. We love to have them have a good bedtime. We love to wish them a good sleepy. I'm gonna try to pass out, but I'll be listening to stream. You don't have to listen. Why don't you talk briefly about some bitches? The last time I made a joke about getting some bitches, I got like 1 million views on a video that hated on me on Twitter. So Good sleepy, says Juzzer. So the UAW has pulled off an insanely strong win, in my view, thanks to a unique strategy that they've adopted called the stand-up strike, and thanks to an enormous upswell of public support, and thanks to them adopting really, really strong messaging around the strike. They pulled off something that I didn't think was possible. They beat the big three all at once and got huge wages as a result. The unique strike tactic in particular is called the stand-up strike. The idea of it is fairly simple. Here's from the UAW's own page. Instead of striking all plants at once, selected locals will be called on to a stand up and walk on strike. As time goes on, more locals may be called to stand up and join the strike. In practice, what this actually looked like is that the stand-up strike demanded locals in the most profitable plants go on strike. So, for example, some of the final goods factories went on strike. Some of the, basically the most profitable plants within the big three's vertically integrated structure, those ones were the ones that went on strike. And that meant that the UAW stopped a huge amount of production from the big three. And they were able to do it without taking the entire union on strike. They had the maximum possible reserves per worker that walked off. They could have sustained the strike for a long fucking time because most of their workers were still on work. It was only something like 1 in 10 UAW workers that actually walked off the job. This worked so well, this strategy, that Investopedia ran a term of the day to explain this strike. Investopedia is one of the newspapers that works for the capitalist class. So, sign that they care about it because this fucking worked. And Bob Lutz, who's a former Big Three executive and a car industry lobbyist nowadays, he called it a gun to the head of the car industry. So, there was a lot of critique of the stand-up strike initially. The idea that like, oh, this isn't a general strike. Oh, this doesn't have the big cojones of just having everyone walk off the job. But you know what? It actually was damn fucking effective. This stand-up strike strategy won some of the largest pay increases in years. The UAW's data suggested that workers got about a 21 pay rise between 2000 and 2021. So about 1% per year. Right? In the next 4.5 years, they won 3 contracts, and all 3 of them demanded for example, the Ford Pact includes a 25% increase in general wages over the next 4.5 years. So that's something like 5 times the pace of what it was before this contract. Insanely good. And 11% of that comes online as soon as the deal is ratified. So in 1 year, they get half of the wages they got in the previous 2 decades. In addition, in every single one of these contracts, cost of living adjustments are being restored, which brings the total from more like 25% to more like 35%. So insanely good. Now, again, I've heard critiques of this. Could have been more, could have been larger, could have held out for more. I don't know what the internals was. I know that 75% of the union in, I believe, GM voted to agree with the deal. So it seems like workers recognize this is an insanely big win. In Ford, they also managed to reduce trying to get the quote of this. In addition to all of the benefits just mentioned, they also reduce the amount of time that it takes for a worker who enters the company to go from the lowest rate to the highest rate. Quote, the reduction of the amount of time new hires must wait to reach maximum wage levels was reduced from 8 to 3 years, which the unions conceded back in 2007 during the recession. This strike ended recession-level concessions. That's how effective it was. It's insane to go from, like, you enter a company and you're at the highest union negotiated rate in 3 fucking years. That's insane. That rocks. When they brokered a deal with Stellantis, they also opened a closed plant. I was trying to see. It's here. Nope, not that one. Stellantis had shut down a plant in Belvedere for 1,350 employees. As a result of winning this contract, they didn't just win back wages, they won back thousands of jobs. In fact, the same thing happened in the deal with General Motors. When the UAW, this is the agreement that the UAW just voted to endorse, that a bunch of workers who might have been laid off otherwise will now be moved into battery plant production. And those workers weren't initially going to be unionized, but now they are. The battery workers were going to be ununionized. Now, again, the whole fucking chain from top to bottom is going to be unionized. Insanely fucking effective. I know this is getting into the details, but like, I'm just trying to bring up that this isn't even, the term would be pure and simple unionism. This isn't just bringing up like how much money they get. This isn't even just working conditions. This isn't even just hours. This is literally restructuring the industry to be more pro-union and bringing back jobs lost. Like, not only are they helping those who are currently employed, they are literally re-employing people fired previously. So again, this is the kind of thing that you would not have seen from unions prior. UAW, this win was so big that Toyota, and context, not a single Toyota plant is unionized, gave all of their workers an 8% raise. So UAW won an immediate 11% raise, and Toyota says, God damn it, and raises the wages. This doesn't sound like a lot, but $3 an hour, 8% for its production workers. They're scared. Yeah, Juzzer's right. They're scared stiff. In fact, this is what I'll end it on. This is the speech by Sean Fain, and they should be right to be scared, because I really want to emphasize that Sean Fain, I think I talked about this earlier in a previous stream, is a victory for what's called the rank and file approach. In short, let's say there's a union, and its leadership tends to side with the leadership of the company quite a bit. What do? Well, you start a rank and file reform caucus, which wants 2 things. 1, a more democratic union, so your votes matter. And 2, you want a radical leadership. And they got it. The UAW reform caucuses won. Sean Fain is the UAW reform caucus, and he's radical as fuck. Why does all that matter? Because his goals aren't just winning better wages for his workers. He wants to reunionize the whole automotive industry. Pulling up his speech, and I have to comment on this. I love that they have this stock MLG type intro. I love that the UAW, which as you'll see in about 10 seconds is so fucking boomer, has this introduction like they were a 2009 like MLG clip channel.
After almost 7 weeks on strike, we have reached a record-breaking tentative agreement at General Motors. I'm excited to be joined by Vice President Mike Booth and the national negotiators to dig into the details of what we won. We're not going to cover every detail of this agreement in the detail.
Again, I love that they're combining like the high tech of the intro with such boomer graphics. I love unions.
Details are important. So head to uaw.org/GM2023 to view the highlighter and white book. Read through it, talk to your coworkers, talk to your family, and see what this agreement would mean for you. But I want to start by recognizing that there are some in the corporate offices and the corporate media who are not happy with our strike and the lucrative contracts that we squeezed out of the big 3. For weeks, we've seen an army of analysts and pundits crying that our union was going too far, that we were demanding too much. They said they weren't sure if we would ever get a deal, and then we got all 3.
I just want to indicate how nice it is to have a union leader. This is one of the largest unions in the country, one of the most supported unions in the country. This union strike had something like 70% approval to 30% disapproval. And it was cross-party. Even half of Republicans supported this strike, for an idea of how widely this was. And he starts by talking about how the corporate media and the corporate press, they shat on the union. They said, your demands are impossible. There's no way workers can get that. And then they got it.
One of the former Big Three executives was so disgusted by the success of our stand-up strike strategy that he called it a gun to the head of the auto companies. That's what they think of auto workers getting their fair share. Through the power of our picket lines and the credible threat of even more strikes to come, we were able to wrench back so much of what these companies have stolen from us over the past few decades. We won back billions in contract gains. We won back our dignity as auto workers. We won back our pride in being UAW.
Everything up to this point is mostly just standard, we won, unions are cool stuff. But I wanted to play this one because of the last 2 minutes of the first 4 minutes, because, again, he gets spicy, in my view, for a major union leader. This is way better than what we've heard of union leaders for decades.
We won back our pride in being UAW. The American public isn't going to be shedding any tears over the Big Three having to share their record profits. The American public overwhelmingly supported our demands and our strike for the simple reason that the working class in this country has been relentlessly attacked over the past 40 years.
Okay, first note, language use, working class. How often do you hear a union leader get on TV and talk about the working class being fought and pushed down since Reagan? That's really good to fucking hear. Seems like a small thing, but small notes, it gets better.
Workers everywhere are fed up with seeing Wall Street and the billionaire class make a killing while the rest of us get left further and further behind.
He doesn't say capitalist class, he does say billionaire class, but we're getting closer there, right? He's not just saying, oh, we got a good contract with our employers. He's talking about workers versus billionaires. He's not talking about one firm, he's talking about classes. Big difference.
At the UAW, we know that our fight for a record contract is more than just a fight against the Big Three. It was a bare-knuckle match between the working class and corporate greed. UAW family, we won this round. But if we want to win the next one, and the next one, and the next one after that, then the labor movement has got to get back into fighting shape. We need workers everywhere across this country to organize on the job. We need to organize the unorganized.
That one might not seem like much, but organize the unorganized is also a buzzword, which is used to mean don't just work within existing unions, but unionize non-unionized workers. Reach out to other firms and salt them, for example. Send one of your workers over there who knows how to unionize, help them do that. It means, for example, giving them training, giving them money. In short, it means not just, oh, we're going to run our union well. It means our union's getting bigger, and if you're not unionized, we're getting to you.
And we need unions everywhere to rediscover the power of the strike. That's why we proposed an expiration date of April 30th, 2028 in our contract with General Motors. We just fought and struck in ways we have never done before, and we won big. Part of our strength came from all three contracts expiring at once and taking on all three companies at once.
Okay, completely irrelevant to the actual content. Again, most boomer possible setup for a union, like shot. For a shot of like, this is our big win. I love these guys so much. Yep, we got everyone up on the bleachers. Everyone's just sitting there. When someone says something so anti-working class, you gotta give them that union stare. Sorry, please go ahead, Mr. Fain.
But there's a lot more than three companies that we're looking to square up against. We need to organize like we've never organized before. We aren't bashful or quiet about what our plans are. Our goal is to spend the next few years organizing auto workers across this country. The big three aren't the only auto companies making record profits. Auto workers at Toyota, Honda, Volkswagen, Hyundai, and Tesla, they deserve record contracts too. And we're going to do everything we can to support them in the fight to win what they deserve. And if we are truly going to turn the tide against corporate greed, then we must fight harder and smarter than we have ever fought before. So we set our contract expiration date so that we can strike on May the 1st, May Day, also known as International Workers' Day. Our hope is that other unions will join us in aligning their contract expiration dates with our own so that we might join together to raise up common demands and strike together.
So I just want to repeat that one. He's saying, and again, he's saying this in the most boomer, gentle way possible, which is part of what makes it so, like, both funny and inspirational to me. He says all the unions should work together to have their, he's calling for a general strike. Sorry, just to make it very clear. He's saying, hey, negotiate your contract to end on April, the last day of April, okay? Because the next day is Labor Day, and he doesn't call it Labor Day, he calls it International Workers' Day. He says we should all strike at once. He is quite literally saying that unions should organize towards a general strike. Like, now a general strike in terms of like a weapon for a specific political goal, he is not arguing for. He's not like arguing for anything quite that radical. An example of what that would be in say like Kautsky, for example, would be Kautsky feared that if socialists took power, the capitalist class would abolish democracy and take away the right to vote. And what you would do is all the workers and all the unions would strike all at once and demand the vote back, or else we're not going to work. So it's not quite that radical, right? He's not saying that. He is saying that we should do a general strike for generic union purposes, that every union should strike all at once, because when we strike all at once, they need to listen to us. They can't just wait it out because business shuts the fuck down. It's also an argument for building inter-union solidarity. At the same time that the UAW was pursuing this strategy in America, Uni4, the Canadian equivalent, was pursuing the same strategy in Canada, and that made both of their strikes more effective. If you can shut down a whole sector in 1 day of a strike, in 2 weeks of a strike, in 1 month of a strike, you don't need as much money for your strike funds, right? Like, this is insanely fucking powerful strategy, in my view, and it's so fucking great to hear it from one of the largest unions in the country. So, ignoring Kato, I see your comment, Kato boy. Fuck, bro is growing a mustache and gaining national ribbons with every word. That's true. This. I stand the reincarnation of Joseph Stalin. Okay, my hero, leader of the general strike, Sean Fain. It's not. I'm trying to call it a general strike just to emphasize how radical it is. Just because this is the type of thing that you never fucking heard from unions for decades. Even during the strike wave of 2018 and 2019, you rarely heard big unions with this radical rhetoric. I think this is an enormous win for the strategy of, and someone mentioned this earlier, that it's not enough just to vote in your democratic political elections, you have to vote in your union elections. That in every case, you should be voting for your leftmost viable option, essentially. And yeah, this shit rocks. This shit, not only does it rock in terms of strategy, but he did it. Like, he's advocating for it. We just mentioned Toyota's already raising their wages. There was a story today, let me pull it up, about, wrong one. There was a story today about how it I think this one used to have a joke. Yeah, no, it was this one. Title: UPS driver's $170,000 pay package has some Amazon drivers thinking it's time to quit. They make $18 an hour. Amazon drivers may be laughing at the UPS raise memes, but say the jokes ring true. This is such a funny way of phrasing that workers are like, where's the fucking meme? I don't know why this has logos on it, but this is literally the "you guys are getting paid" version, except it's deadly fucking serious. I'm trying to bring it up because it's so funny that Business Insider, again, like a serious, straight-laced publication, is like, oh, I guess Amazon workers are joking about the pay difference. And Amazon workers are like, I'm quitting my fucking job. I'm working for UPS. Do UPS drivers make $170K a year? I believe that the maximum seniority level for a certain amount, I want to say that it involves overtime, you could make up to $170,000. Yeah. You wouldn't be making that in the first year as like straight off the line, but yeah, UPS drivers got an insanely good contract. We talked about that earlier. The UPS win was also a win of a rank and file candidate. The Teamsters Reform Caucus won. The Teamsters for Democratic Union won. Their guy got in, and he did an insanely good strike, and he got insanely good benefits. So in my opinion, is that the rank and file strategy won, and unironically, it is running now. The project has to be to extend those gains to non-unionized workers. That, hey, we've now shown what unions can do. How about we get people to join unions? How about all the Amazon drivers join a union? How about all the Amazon workers join a union? And it sounds like people talked about how for the past 2 decades, unions were in a quote-unquote fortress arc. And I'm saying that to quote Vosh, but people use actually similar rhetoric for how unions were responding. That unions felt so terrified of right-to-work laws, so terrified of Republican administration, so terrified of declining union support, that I'm quoting Vosh in the big man, Vanch. You mean that fallen streamer titan? They refused to expand out of fear that if they spent their money on expansion, they would just die. They would just get they wouldn't be able to strike. They wouldn't be able to fight back. They would just get laid off. And that's changed, right? Like very clearly, they are very willing to strike, and at least they're signaling. We have yet to see it actually working, but they're signaling that they're willing to support organizing the unorganized. They're willing to support possibly funding the organization of unorganized workers. So, insanely hopeful. Government unions are extremely afraid of challenging negotiations. One of the things that's very, very, very clear is which unions have not yet had a reform rank and file caucus win. I think that it's underestimated how much unions are smarting from the 2008 recession still today, because that destroyed a huge number of union contracts, which were already way cut down during the Reagan era, during the Clinton era. In fact, one of the things that I think is worth thinking about is that let's say that Tesla has tried to unionize nowadays. There is a big difference doing that now versus 10 years ago, just because of the new NLRB rule, which the American Prospect summarizes as Biden's, oh my God. It's summarized as Biden's NLRB brings unions back from the dead, because the new NLRB rule under Biden, under his like slightly center-left labor leadership, is that if you have a single violation of unionizing law, then the union gets automatically recognized. So let's say Elon Musk wants to do his usual thing and bust the union and destroy his workers' rights and show them his genitals and then try and pay them with a horse. That union would immediately be recognized. So all you need to do at this point is get something like 10% of people to sign a union card, and you might be home free, right? There is a huge difference in the ability to organize nowadays, thanks to a difference in how unions act and a huge difference in the administrative regime. We have to keep it up because we can do better than Biden, right? Biden is like the bare minimum on this one. Still, a huge number of labor law violations are not even prosecuted. It's just the threat of prosecution that mostly stops people, hopefully, from doing it. We could be actively prosecuting them. Under Bernie Sanders, the NLRB could have a police team. Whereas I demand an NLRB SWAT team breaking down corporate offices, breaking into Jeff Bezos' office and opening up his filing cabinet to find his secretive anti-union plans. And I think that's a moderate demand, okay? That's the bare minimum. Anyway, I just wanted to bring this up because I think it's a real sign for hope that unions are more aggressive, more radical than they've been in decades. That's good for the left. That's good for the American worker. We should keep it the fuck up. You should support, if you're in a union, a rank and file reform caucus. And if you're already in a union that has a rank and file reform caucus, you should try and encourage them to support organizing the unorganized, because we can win. When we organize, we win, just like UAW did, just like Teamsters did. Every worker should get one night to sleep in Jeffrey Bezos' bed. I agree. My minimum demand is a sleepy with Mr. Bezos. iProgressive wants to show us a meme. Oh my god, I was muted. Oh my god, this is... I was just screeching in laughter. Okay. All I said is, why do they look like this? I love Sean Fain, but this is so funny. All right. Wait, this reminds me. There was another meme related to this. 1 second. I'm delving the depths of my thoughts. God damn it. Where is it? God, where was it? I don't know. I'm going to be able to find it. God damn it. There was... Oh, I might have it in here. God damn it. Okay. What I was trying to look for is there was a British cartoon that explained Marxism. And it ended with the workers all staring at you in a unison. Oh my god, I wish I could find it. It was literally this. It was literally this. God damn it. Where is it? Yes. Okay, so it begins with an old British cartoon about it's like a TLDR of capitalism in 10 minutes, I think, and it ends like this. Oh my god, Twitter's not going to work. 1 minute.
Where the profit comes from.
Where's the profit come from, Squire?
It comes from God.
Profit? Yes, well, we have to make these savings where we can. Have one of these. Ta very much, Governor.
The profit comes from unpaid labor, dummy. It only takes half your time to produce enough to pay
Oh,
your
it's not loud
wages. The rest of the time you're working for nothing. To produce profit for the bosses. You're right, brother.
It's literally this. This has been a meme for decades. This has been in the collective unconscious of humankind. Okay. It's the sound effect is what makes it. I have to play this again. I'm sorry. So, okay, we get Marx bullying the dumb worker.
Very much, Cap. The profit comes from unpaid labor, dummy. It only takes half your time to produce enough to pay your wages. The rest of the time you're working for nothing. To produce profit for the bosses. You're right, brother.
Why does it sound like that? Why did it make that noise? This is clearly plagiarism. We have to sue the UAW. The UAW red theory. It's the cut. It just goes from "you're right, brother" to "Bwah!" I'm sorry. All right. We have to wrap this up. Tenet 1980 Union Edition. So true. That really tickles SDL. It does. I'm quite tickled. I'm a little feathered. I've been japed and jibed. They don't make cartoons like they used to. Could you imagine the insane shit that we would do with modern technology for like socialist cartoons? Oh my god, have y'all seen the Communist Party of Japan and the propaganda they make? Let me see if I can find this. Oh god, what a sentence. Are they a bunch of sock dems? Basically, yeah. the whole video for in case anyone was just listening along, during the break it down section, they're talking about a minimum wage and an overtime system. They're talking about making tuition-free universities and reducing the price of free schools. Can I link in chat? Yeah. Here you go. They want to significantly reduce national health insurance premiums and keep pensions large so they can be relied on. And then at the end of the leftist info dump, this is the thing that fucking kills me. Quote, For the questions about Okinawa, the Constitution, and nuclear power plant issues, please refer to our homepage. This rant is unironically so like, yeah, it's 2 streams and K-pop happy hardcore. No, unironically, this is a bop, okay? I would love if CPUSA did nothing but make this type of shit. But it's so fucking funny that at the end of the leftist text dump, they end with, and if you want to see more, please check out our website. Oh my god. Incredible. Just incredible. No notes. Perfection. Start the future, crush the government. Ugh. I think that if DSA had a single video of this quality, immediate takeover, immediate socialist victory, okay? Fully automated luxury communism. This would be the end of the Democratic Party. I'm sorry. Agreed. One of the things that I've noticed, okay, this might sound... One of the things that I've noticed is that, and I don't know how to make this not sound insane, communist parties and cults, like high control leftist organizations, are so fucking good about propaganda, but reformist socialist organizations are so fucking bad with it, and I don't understand why. Why is it that like the Communist Party goes so fucking hard with its propaganda? Why is it that like I look yesterday, I spent like 2 hours looking through all these front groups for the Communist Party of the Philippines in the United States, because they have like 20 of them, and all of their art goes so fucking hard. But then everything DSA puts out is like very utilitarian. It's like just text on a black background type stuff. Like Rainbow Krampus says religion always makes some of the best art. It's the fanaticism. I think you're partially right, but it can't just be that, right? Because have you seen what like Christian cartoonists turn out, or what Christian like cults turn out? It's garbage. Christian rock is not like a banger, but like the Soviets churned out non-stop musical bangers. What's going on? Why is it like this? Have you ever seen Aaron Bastani, the author of Fully Automated Luxury Space Communism? I have not listened to Bastani, I don't think, in a long time. Econo Boy says something slightly ableist. The best video editors have the most autism, and the Communist Party is filled with autism. Okay, I will partially agree, actually. One of the things... I don't know how to describe this, but like... Every socialist party, except the Maoists, are always super legalistic. Like, they're always super rules pilled. They're always super following correct procedure pilled. Like, there is the oldest socialist party in this country is called the Socialist Labor Party, or SLP. The SLP arguably started in 1876 or 1870. It's old. And by like 1990, it had like 300 people in it. And yet they did like a yearly report back. They had like conventions where they were precisely following Robert's Rules of Order. They would like make detailed reports where they would give minutes line by line by line by line. And I don't know what it is, but something about the like hyper autistic rules based brain seems to drive people towards the left. I don't know if that's like true, but like it's the only way I can explain it. Why does it always end up this way, right? should probably be heading to bed. I will be streaming tomorrow, and I do have content ready for tomorrow, so that will actually be a promise made true on. I was probably gonna to wrap up. I wanted to get through something else, but I spent too much time talking about graphing lessons. I wanted to talk about tomorrow. I didn't get to Israel and Palestine. I really, really, really wanted to talk about this video.
In the 13th Amendment.
This episode,
because this video, by second thought, is like a distillation. Again, it's sort of like the Benny Carollo debate. It is a distillation of so much of what is wrong with the vanguardist and the tanky approach to left politics that, like, the first third of the video is just whataboutism. It is, you think authoritarianism is bad in a foreign country. Well, guess what? What if I told you that we also did that? And my response to, like, the whole Benny Carollo thing is sort of like, okay, yeah, but, like, it's also bad here. The fact that we incarcerated so many people is bad here, and it was bad in the Soviet Union. The fact that we do it doesn't make it okay to do to do in the Soviet Union. And then the last third is that actually authoritarianism is good. It's crazy. The first 2/3 are like, you think authoritarianism is bad? Well, guess what? We do authoritarianism we do authoritarianism too. And the last third is, and that's good actually. That's it. It's like, okay, if authoritarianism is cool, then I can't do this all today. This would easily take like an hour and a half. Yeah, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. But I was very, very, very frustrated by this video. Not frustrated. I'm glad that Second Thought produced it and was so open about it. I have around like here. Let me get an exact timestamp just to give a tiny tasting. Timestamp.
excuse not to read it. It's linked below. But here's the part that I think is most armed
after this,
in which of it Mike Engels was talking about here, because it's still true today. If a mass of people decide they're done with the current oppressive system, rise up, build something new, and then fail to protect the gains they've made, their project will be destroyed. We've seen it many times throughout history.
This was the moment in the video where I was like, this went from just standard whataboutism and like denialism to me being like, oh, this is like advanced. Yeah. I would actually use the same language that Rainbow Krampus says. This is like mask slipping level, because like it goes at this point in the video, the last third, from you think gulags are bad? Well, guess what? We have police. You think that secret police are bad? Well, guess what? We have secret police too. And one of the arguments that I want to present tomorrow is like I actually generally agree with a lot of what of Second Thought says. That I think that the arguments that are often given that there's a qualitative difference between, say, like the United States and like Second Thought. Sorry, not Second Thought. The United States and like the Soviet Union. That the idea that there's this qualitative difference is wrong. Instead, I think it's a difference in scope. And that's where I feel like Second Thought fails. What he says is, oh, you don't like secret police in the Soviet Union. Well, guess what? There's secret police in the United States. But the difference is a matter of scope, right? It's that the secret police in the United States arrested on the order of like 10,000 people during the Harper's, the 1917 Red Scare, or 1919 Red Scare. And in the Soviet Union, they arrested on the order of like 3 million people during the Great Purge. Both are evil, but evil in a very different degree, in a very different scope. And I just don't know how to like. It feels like I actually did listen to Vosh's review of this. That he said that it's that you flatten things and you try and compare everything. And I very much felt that, because it's the scale matters a lot, that like the bumpiness of human experience matters a lot. If you're in a country where 1 in 10 people get arrested by the secret police, there's a difference between that and 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000, because the higher that ratio is, the more likely you are to have your police, like, to have your speech silenced, right? There's a reason that even with our secret police, people were willing to be open communists in this country, but people were almost never willing to be open capitalists in the Soviet Union, because the order of magnitude of speech policing was so much higher there. And that's what's frustrating. A difference in order of magnitude can lead to a qualitative difference in freedoms. That's what's frustrating, is all. Yeah. Are there... How do I deal with the fact that videos like this get 300,000 views? Like, I often hear people say, and I've said this as well, that like the vanguardist side of the left isn't that large, but that's a lot of views. He's easily the largest tanky creator, and it's a lot. Is there... I need to make better content? This is the best content. I'm producing the highest quality content any person could create. 1.6 million subs. I will say the 1.6 million is mostly before they switched towards an authoritarian leftist view. Second thought, okay, this is not the right. Let's see. That's what? 55,000 views a day. Vosh is like, what, 200,000? Second thought cheated. He was a pop sci YouTuber who converted to tanky stuff. Yeah, that's the point. This is both good and bad. It means there aren't hundreds of thousands of authoritarian leftists. It means there are lots of clueless ones. I guess. I don't know. I constantly feel torn between like, hey, there are a lot of really important issues that are out there that aren't like critiquing the left and being like, the tankies are bad. Here's why the Soviet Union was bad. At the same time, it feels like this is like way larger than I would want to accept, you know? Like I feel like, okay, I would actually add a second thing to this. I feel less threatened by people saying Soviet Union was good, actually, than people saying. Sorry. I should rephrase. I feel less threatened by people like in that Benny Carollo video. No, that's a bad example. I feel less threatened by people who are just denialists, who just deny the crimes of the Soviet Union, and people who are actively defensive of it. In the Benny Carollo video and in this video, they actively defend the authoritarianism. And that worries me because it's not just denialism. It's actively encouraging a bad approach to building socialism. And so far, it doesn't seem to have leaked into the real world very much. Like, quote unquote, vanguardist organizations represent maybe 5% of the United States left. It's small in the real world, but I don't know. It's clearly not small online at all. It's very easy to find. Fucking a post praising North Korea got 40,000 likes the other day. There was a post which said maybe we've all been lied to about North Korea. 40,000 plus likes. And there were like dozens of plus 2,000, plus 3,000 quote tweets that from approving tankies who were like, "Yep, North Korea is very cool." And it's clearly not small, at least on Twitter. And it's clearly not small on Reddit. I don't know about it on Instagram. I don't know about it on other sites, but like, surely that has a bad impact on like left organizing. Surely that means there are thousands of people at least who could have become like effective organizers in real life, but instead got turned on to like the only way to do socialism is a people's revolution or whatever. I don't know. Tiernax says, 2 salty MLs were in my replies after I talked about it in VO's tweet on it. You know, okay, this is, I don't think that MLs are fascist. I strongly disagree with Vosh on that one. I will draw an analogy between vanguardists and fascists in that something you get a lot when you critique tankies is that you will get people in your replies simultaneously defending the thing that Tanky said, and then someone else will be in your replies saying, actually, tankies aren't a real problem, and it's a waste of time to critique them. And when you debate fascists, especially like 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, you would be like, hey, white nationalism is wrong, and this guy's a white nationalist. And you get one person saying, that guy's not a white nationalist. You get a second guy saying, white nationalism isn't actually a problem, even if this guy is a white nationalism. And a third guy saying that white nationalism is based at like the same time. It's this like imposition at the same, like you are surrounded by people saying that North Korea is based, and then there's another ring of people saying that not that many people are saying that North Korea is based. You know, like it feels like gaslighting or something. This happens to me all the fucking time, and so maybe I'm just showing what gaslighting is like, but my jibber jabber or they're doing jibber jabber. Compare. Bosch gets 4 times Second Thoughts views. That's only 4 times. I don't know. Bosch is like arguably the largest. I don't know. All right. I should wrap up stream. I should go raid someone. I should get to bed because it's near midnight. Gotta maintain my schedule, else there won't be a stream tomorrow. Sorry for ending on like a sort of unclear, incoherent note, but yeah, I don't really know to my feelings about that, because it's frustrating where it feels like simultaneously, like on the one hand, I think this is really bad and it really deserves calling out. On the second hand, it feels like it's like failing my duty as like a leftist or creator or whatever. I need to make a stream command for joining DSA. Yeah, of course. Look up Hassan Abi view count. See if this gets it. Looks like 425K. So Second Thought is equivalent to 1/8 of Hassan. Raid Riverboat Jack. Yeah, absolutely. Let me see if anyone else is live. But I will almost certainly raid into Riverboat Jack. I guess it's just I don't know how to frame it. In size and views. Well, subscribers is not the subscribers is misleading. Whenever I try and estimate the size of an account, I always go to views per day, because that's the thing. The draw of viewers is the thing that matters, not the number of subscribers. Even when you look at ContraPoints, she has 1.7 million subscribers, but because she posts so less frequently than Second Thought, she has about like 1/5 of his views, right? Like a third of his views. So subscribers it correlates, but it's not the ideal metric. Is all. All right. Let me go to. Hi, 2-Bit Dork. Sorry that you're getting here as the stream is ending. I gotta follow a stricter sleep schedule, or else I lose the ability to stream days in a row. And I do want to cover the On Authority thing tomorrow. I feel like it deserves critique. I also, you know, the other thing I need to start doing, and I've started getting the process of clipping things, is posting clips to the channel. So I can do, what is it, like the Ben Shapiro doesn't understand fascism one. That one's ready. I could do Benny Crollo, that's ready. That's all easy to do. Actually, you know what? I might DM High Progressive for some suggestions after this stream. So I'll raid into Riverboat Jack. All right, the drill here is quite simple. If you're in YouTube chat, click the link, and I will be hosting in a second. Even if you don't like Riverboat Jack, go click the link here, give her a like, get her stream boosted, even if you're not going to stick around. And love you all so much. See you tomorrow. Thank you all so much for supporting the stream. Thank you for being willing to sit around while I look at 4 bajillion graphs and critique the color coding on them. Ooh, she's on YouTube, right? Here, 1 minute. He's on YouTube. Riverboat Jack. Gotta get the right one. Sorry. Riverboat Jack. How the fuck do I find the channel ID? God damn it. I just want the channel ID. All right, there we go. And go here. Sorry. Most prepared streamer. It's because she usually uses Twitch, but she's switched over to YouTube. All right. Love y'all. Have a great